That's better. Of course, it also just took all of my windows from dark mode to light mode, which makes me want to throw up a little bit. But you know, here we are, and it's working, and it's streaming, and my Stream Deck should be completely purged of old Streamlab OBS references now, and when I push the button to go to the storm report, it shouldn't turn on the wrong camera now. It's going to be an exciting day of things working and nothing going wrong. And nothing has gone wrong, or will go wrong. None of you saw anything. There were only... Oh shit, there were 10 people in the room when I did that. Ah, fuck, okay. Well, we had one problem. We had one problem, admittedly. How's everybody doing today? White Wolf, oh my god, 15 months of things going wrong. Going wrong in the best possible way, I hope. And here's to another 15, White Wolf, and here's to you. You fine bastard, you. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, I went through my Stream Deck and corrected a lot of shit. So hopefully we won't have any issues with that. I am going to be getting blasted in the face with light mode on my chat, apparently. How can I fix that? That's ridiculous. Who the hell uses light mode on anything? Chat appearance? No. That's not it. How do I turn on dark mode? I did it once, but I did it so long ago. Oh god. Why is light mode the default? By now, dark mode should absolutely be the default, shouldn't it? It's crazy. Dark mode. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Oh, that's so much better. It's like, particularly in the chat window, it's really distracting if I just have this big white square over here blasting into my face the whole time that I'm doing anything. Oh, my stats window is still in light mode, but you know what, OBS? That's a small window, and I forgive you. And I forgive you. How is everyone doing on this very fine Friday? I hope everyone's having a good one. White Wolf, thank you again so much for the support. It really means the world, man. It really does. And I know, the stream lately has just been like... just scattered nonsense. That was the sound effect for scattered nonsense, not at all farting or poop sounds that I sort of defaulted to there. But yeah, we've been just crazy scattered for this last month. I'm really looking forward to this next week. I need to get the hell out of here for a little while, get my head straight, see some friends, play some games, roll some dice, and we are going to be hitting it hard and fast when we come back. July the 4th, Terrain 034th on that 7-month streak. For some reason, Twitch fumbled my sub and canceled one day after it was supposed to renew. Oh, it does that sometimes. But it renewed a manual, so here's to 6 more months of awesome painting and amazing community under your thunderous leadership. Leadership is a very generous phrase for what I do here. But I'll accept your generosity, Terrain. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to absolutely... It's set up that way for Gadarung, but I think it's because, like, I closed OBS, I opened OBS, and I hit start streaming before it had loaded everything up. I think I just interrupted its process, so it was like, default to light mode. It doesn't do that very often. All the windows do default to dark when I give it a chance to actually start up. I'll tell you, I'm liking... I'm really... Hang on, let me mute myself on Discord. I realize I'm babbling in a channel over here. Whoopsies. Let's go ahead and mute that. Oh, it made me agree to my own rules before I could click on the chat box. Okay. Fine, I agree to your rules, Thunderhead, you son of a bitch. Okay. So, I am here to wrong the rights, Punexpected Painting. An absolute pleasure to see you in chat. Kitsune Adventures, DC better than Marvel, I fight you all. Kitsune, you're gonna have to pick another subject if you want to fight. Because DC is better than Marvel, DC is more fun than Marvel. Batman's better than Iron Man, and everybody else. Superman is, I'm not gonna say more powerful than anybody in the Marvel Universe. He is a better character than most of them. I know people always default to Superman's a shitty character and he's too powerful, but I just feel like they're not familiar with the best writing Superman's received. I feel like they're not really familiar with like your all-star Superman, you know? Oh my god, that's a great book. It's an amazing book. Absolutely not a cult. What one call the Holy Ecclesiarchy a cult of the God Emperor. I mean, yes. That is explicitly what that is, Terrain. In fact, they would even admit that. They'd be like, yes, we are a cult of the immortal God Emperor. That's in the bylaws. Rule number 1, we are a cult. Welcome to it. Alright. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me close down Cura before I transfer over here. And let's do a little modeling, shall we?
As Crackling Thunderspunk! Yeehaw!
Oh, I had that open already. Oh. I hadn't realized. I just added that to this overlay, and I forgot to turn it off. Hang on a second.
Do you like sexy battle
You all heard that, right? That wasn't just me.
And sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Where is the source? Where is my Thunderspunk? There it is. There it is. Alright, so now when I push the button, it should do it, and it shouldn't do it elsewise.
As Crackling Thunderspunk! Yeehaw!
There it is. There it is. That's the ticket. Heavy Gear Maglev win. Okay, so we're dropping a bunch of Battletech stuff in July, Roland. And I'm planning on because once we drop that new stuff, I'm going to give the Battletech line a rest for about a month and a half because we're ramping up into a few new projects and some new sources of distribution. So I want to give them a chance to kind of catch up with the product line. And as that's going on, I'm going to expand over into Heavy Gear. I recently got picked up by another company in Canada, actually called MTM Printworks. It's a small, like a real small, one-man operation. And he was interested in the Star Wars stuff. So my Star Wars stuff is now also available through MTM Printworks. He seems to do a really good job with printing. But yeah, we're getting picked up. Getting picked up by more. Hold on, both DC and Marvel are dumb and stagnant. All right, let's slow this down a second. Let me fix my camera so that it's in front of my chat box here, just to start with, because this shit's out of control. Let's just bring you down. Just a little bit. Just right there. How does that sound? That seem good to you? I'm glad. And where is my print camera? Okay. Should be on top of my chat box. And my printer cam should also be on top, but below that, holy moly, it's like I know what I'm doing sometimes, even though I obviously don't. Now, let's slow down a second. Well, we're calling both DC dumb and stagnant. Stagnant, there's a conversation to be had there. A lot of Marvel is stagnant for Godorung. I don't know if you've been watching Loki. I don't feel like stagnant is the right word, because I feel like there are a lot of criticisms you can level at Marvel at this point, particularly the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And while the latest episode of Loki was not great, they are trying new things. They're trying new styles of plot. They're trying new characters. They are attempting to branch out from man punches other man, who then punches third man, and then all three men punch each other for a while, and then the occasional really out-of-place girl fight like they had in Endgame. And I appreciate that, though admittedly this latest episode of Loki was just like, and then Loki punches some people. But the first two episodes were great. They were interesting. They were more than beam fights and sky lasers, and I really did appreciate that. I just got my print cam set back up here, so let me lower the exposure on that, because that is a little wild. That is a little bit wild. There we go. That's just about right. So what is this you're working on, Roland? This is, well, what I've got up right now, this is a piece of the new Air and Spaceport runway system. This is the small version. There are two styles of runway. There's the 3 hex wide and the 5 hex wide. runway, and the intent is to have one strip of the 5 hex wide runway, and then the 3 hex wides can all connect to it and run off to various hangars. Oh yeah. I'm doing everything in hexless now. Hang on, let me show you. Boop, boop. And there you go, no hexes. And then you can drop the base off too. And I need to chop down the little interlock system, but I'm using these little triangular interlocks now so that you can sort of slide them together on the tabletop and they won't come apart. And much like the bollards on the road system, these will make sure that your mechs can actually stand in each of the legal hexes. And there's that, and let me see. Yeah, like here's a curve, and there's a little runway end piece. And this is going to connect up to the hangar as well, and to the admin and control building. So thicker than the roads, but with locking bits. Correct, Vergata. Yeah, I honestly, Vergata, I would say you might be of the opinion, and feel free to correct me, maybe I'm wrong. I would say you're of the opinion that DC and Marvel are stagnant, probably because you're not actively reading them. Because the fact is that comic books are pretty experimental these days. I mean, DC has rebooted itself God knows how many times in the last 10 years. And they've come up with some fairly interesting storylines to keep things fresh. Roland, you can make any suggestions you like. And Drakari, the train track is... I'm not ready to show the train track because I've gone through about 5 iterations of my idea for a heavy freight train for 6mm in the last month, and I'm just not sold on any of them yet. Like, the good idea is close. It's close, but it's not quite here yet. But there is certainly a train in the works. Have some hope on the new season of Titans. Yeah, it looks like they're doing the Jason Todd Red Hood thing. I didn't mind the first season of Titans. I thought that the actor they had for, and I should know his name, he's very famous, he's been in a lot of things. The actor that they had for Slade Wilson was excellent. His Deathstroke in general was really quite good. Some of the show was kind of but it was better than I expected. It was better than you would have thought if you just watched that little trailer they did with the fuck Batman, and then Evanescence plays, you know? It was like, I don't want to watch this show, but I watched a little bit of it and it was pretty solid. And then there's Doom Patrol. Vergata, watch Doom Patrol. For the love of God, watch Doom Patrol. It's amazing. I fucking love that show. Is anybody watching Black Summer? Or am I the only person watching Black Summer right now? Admittedly, the first season was 2 years ago and they just came out with the second season. But it's really good. Yeah, Image, and that's the other thing too, pun expected, like, you can completely drop DC and Marvel and there's still a bunch of other really, really good comics out there. Like, the world of comic books, DC and Marvel are like the Games Workshop and Mantic? No, that's not a good comparison, they're tiny. The Games Workshop and Corvus Belli of comic books. There are a whole lot of other options out there. Latest storyline, DC not rebooting itself since the creators of the multiverse made it into it. Okay, now admittedly, Kitsune, I have not been terribly down with the latest. They rolled Watchmen into DC. I want to say recently, it's been going on for a couple years now, and I have to say, Kitsune, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I look at it and it fills me with so much. Yow. Oh, that's not where I thought it was. Yeah, it didn't mean for that to be under my reference. It's bad. I love Watchmen. I think that's Alan Moore, right? I'm confusing Grant Morrison and Alan Moore right now, but I'm pretty sure that's Alan Moore, the self-avowed anarchist who did Watchmen. And I love Watchmen, and I fucking hate rolling it into DC. I feel like that's completely missing the point of Watchmen. I feel like putting Watchmen into DC cheapens both properties. It is the worst aspect of both of them. It lessens every single thing that it touches, because each one independently, as a reflection of each other, are fantastic. Dr. Manhattan as a character who is a reflection on how we think of superheroes with ridiculous powers in the DC universe is great. Dr. Manhattan in the DC universe is just... I haven't read all of Doomsday Clock, Kitsune. I won't pretend like I've given it a completely fair shake, but the problem is that I hate the idea so much, I don't even really care. I don't. If it's doing well, that's great. I don't know. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Like, having Batman and Rorschach meet is fucking pointless. Why? Why do this? But, yeah, whatever. If people were asking me what I gave a shit about, we would basically have no entertainment. We would have lots of artistic integrity and nothing entertaining. So probably shouldn't listen to me. Bulldozer BM2, how you doing today? Roland HG. Let me know, what idea you got? Lay it on me. I can't promise I'll do it, but I'd love to hear it. In fact, the Authority, Justice League, and Watchmen are all in the same universe is Banana Pants. Banana Pants is a good word for it. A very good word for it. Alright. I was working on this a little while ago. Contemplating creating an insert or just modifying this so that you can use it more specifically as a mech bay, because I've had some requests on that. But tonight we're going to be working on this guy. I am very, very happy with the proportions of him at this point. I've made a lot of small tweaks. I've changed the size of the cockpit. I have changed the length of the arms. I have shifted some of the proportions around. I think his legs are a little bit overscaled, but I actually kind of like it. So I think I'm going to leave him like that, and we're going to do some posing on this today. An SSTO launch ramp. Oh, Roland, I'm already doing that. It's not like a huge thing. The piece that I've made is a little 5-hex piece that is intended to represent the exit point for a subterranean launch ramp for a fighter to shoot up into the air. I've got a couple of pieces that are designed to fit into the set, which imply that strike fighters at the air and spaceport they land, they go onto elevators, the elevators take them down underground, and then they load onto like catapults and they shoot up. They shoot up. So all they do is land. They don't take off from the runways. The runway is intended for landing purposes and for like civilian shuttles and things of that sort. Are you happy to see me? No. These are my banana pants. It's just a pair of pants with a banana in it. It's not as exciting as you might think. Struggling with your printer all day. Bulldozer, which one are you using? I love that idea though, Roland. I love it so much that I already thought of it. No, really though, it's a great idea. Ender 3 Pro. Is it just the Ender 3 Pro or is it the V2? Because the V2 has had a lot of issues. I can't promise that I could give you good advice on how to fix it live right here on the stream, Bulldozer. I'm not sure if you're in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, but we have a lot of people in the Discord who specifically operate Ender 3s, the Enders 3? What's the plural on that? I guess Ender 3s. Enders 3. A lot of people who operate them, though, and if you post your questions in there, I'm pretty sure that we can come up with an answer for you. White Wolf, thank you so much for getting that link out. Yeah, my V2 is what's on the camera right now, and I still have issues with it, but not as many issues as I have with old Cat Binden. I can't just go with Cat, we've already got a cat. Two people can't have the same name. That's not how this works. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chase. What would you like to be called? What's the Binden? What is that? Is that a place? I want to know what it means. I might not, though. I might just have to settle with the mystery of it. You know, some questions in life are not meant to be answered. Sometimes it is the asking of the question where we find the worth of an idea. Sometimes it is merely in wondering, is this thing true, that we find meaning and purpose and reflection on ourselves. And then sometimes someone comes along about 30 years later and they make a sequel to the movie and they answer all the questions, and then all the wonder is gone and you die inside. Fucking Blade Runner. Oh my god, I'm still so bitter about that movie. I know everybody loves it. I know everybody loves Blade Runner 3097 or whatever the fuck it's called, and I hate that movie. The fan shattered the 2 screw posts. It was... How? How is that even possible? Superman talks to Dr. Manhattan, gives him back his morals. Dr. Manhattan kills himself by giving all his power to one of the Watchmen kids, so the Watchmen universe can have a hero like Superman to basically put everyone back. Oh my god. Best death is the comedian as Lex finds him and sends him to the point of time and his universe was falling off a building in his universe, which was falling off a building to his death. I'm sure it would make more sense if I read it, Kitsune. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's bad because I haven't read it. And that's not fair. Even if I think that it probably wouldn't appeal to me, I can't say that it's bad because I don't know. I don't like the idea of it, and I don't personally have any interest in reading it because of the meaning that I myself have taken out of Watchmen through numerous rereadings of it. I absolutely love that book. And I feel like there were two recent modern adaptations of Watchmen. Not adaptations, but I'm not talking about the Zack Snyder movie, which I didn't like. It was very pretty, but it missed the point of a number of things. And the things that it added were pretty lame. But there was the Watchmen HBO series, and then there's been Doomsday Clock. And I loved the Watchmen HBO series. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was really great. I felt like Alan Moore, if he could see past his own fucking ego and watch it, would probably be like, yeah, this is a fair continuation. And then I feel like there's Doomsday Clock, which Alan Moore would, like, rather kill someone than read. Of course, we shouldn't care what Moore thinks. He's an idiot. He's a good writer, he had some good ideas, but the man's an idiot. What's up, Ponburn? That's good. That is quality, Kitsune, because yeah, like, having Dr. Manhattan and Superman fist fight would just be, like, how would that even work? Dr. Manhattan could undo him. Like, that's the whole point of Dr. Manhattan, is to elevate a being to a level of power that straight up confuses people. And to show how a being with infinite power is in fact a slave to that power. How even with all the choices in the world from one perspective, you can in fact have no choices at all. That's what I always liked about Dr. Manhattan. He was omnipotent and impotent simultaneously. Trapped by his own knowledge. All right, let's work on this here, Bigfoot. So this is the basic pose I went with, which I'm going to save some files with this one because of how I built this. This should work. Don't go wrong now that I'm telling people how smart I am. Let's see. I might need to make some adjustments to the weapons. If I go under hand weapons here, I can turn off the PPC and turn on the Gauss rifle. Boom! And there we have the version with the Gauss rifle with the little banana clip sticking up. And I do need to make a quick modification of this. I just need to rotate this handle into his hand. Chugga, 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 just like so. And there's the slightly modified Gauss rifle. I went with the front of the one from the Thunderbolt because I made this the Gauss rifle on him. I added this little underslung cooling grip deal so that I could mount the swing grip so we could hold it in that pose, and then I went ahead and added this big old chunky banana clip on top of it. I know all the ammunition is internally stored on these things. I don't care, this looks awesome. I like the idea of him, like, popping the magazine out and popping another one in, and I intentionally made it so that this magazine could, in theory, hold all the ammunition that this version comes with for the Gauss rifle. The count is fair. Looks more than like an autocannon with the clip. What's wrong? Why would a Gauss rifle not have a magazine? They would be slugs rather than shells. To be fair, I didn't put an ejection port on purpose, because I thought that an ejection port would make it look like an autocannon, because it would be firing shells, as opposed to just accelerating slugs, which would have no shell to expel. Thank you so much, Tropic. And Ponburn. Gonna watch the final season of Bosch. I've only watched the first season of Bosch. Is it worth watching more? I liked the first season. I feel like I watched like a couple episodes of the second season, and then I was like, it's not done yet. And these days, I tend to wait for a show to be done before I start watching it, because I've watched too many shows where we get, a couple of seasons in, and then it's like, pfft, and they cancel the show, or they get a false ending or something like that. You will remember recently I recommended people watch, what's it called? Jupiter's Legacy on Netflix. Got canceled after one season on a cliffhanger. Don't watch it. It's a mistake. I made the mistake of having hope, and I should have known better. To be fair, what's up, Paperban? How you doing today? Long rounds look like cannon shells. Do you think it would look better if they were shorter? Because, I mean, in theory, that could be simple. Looks good so far. That, what's his name? Titus Welliver? He's a great actor. He also played the Imperial officer who was on the Gozanti cruiser in that one episode of The Mandalorian that Bryce Dallas Howard directed. Like here, what if I did this? What if I just went... Oh, now it looks weird. Vergaderung, you're ruining everything. I'd have to redo it, but do you think it would look better smaller? I guess I wouldn't necessarily have to redo it. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a long Gauss rifle round. It's still not that long. It would be like... Admittedly, at this scale, it would be a round that is something like... Let's go ahead and get a quick measure on this. The slug would be about 3 feet long. It would be about a 3-foot long shell, or not shell, sorry, slug, that would then be accelerated down the length of the weapon. That doesn't seem too out of place on an assault class mech. This one here? It looks like an ejection port. I could see that. I could see that. That adding a little bit of confusion. I'll probably knock that off then. I can add one more detail in here and a little bit more visual interest. To make you about 0.35? Yeah. Chop the ends off. Make a quick pattern out of these. Bring it down. Let's only make 2, and I'll put 1 kind of lined up with the magazine well. It just needs something so there's not just a single piece of smooth what have you. Oh shit, hang on. I gotta do that again. Because I don't want to shrink that as much as I did. There we go. My Feekit is going fantastic and even better now. Good to see you, my friend. I hope things are going well for you. Oh, that's the wrong face, but that's okay. It doesn't really make any difference. Make a pattern. Do you think, here's a question for you guys in the chat verse. Do you think that it would, like, if I decide to stream the 3D design of the upcoming Trebuchet Redux, my little Trenchy that Project Dark Fox has been working on, do you feel like that would cheapen the final product? Do you feel like seeing how the sausage gets made would make you feel like there's less value in the final product when it's done? Well, I know. I kind of feel like that does sometimes a little bit for me. Like, once I know how the magic happens, I'm not as impressed by things. But I don't know. I don't know if that's true for everybody. Nope, nope, not that. Just this. Just want to add one extra little greeble here. Make it look a little bit less like the magazine is just growing out of the weapon and more like it's actually stuck into something. Go. And then let's combine you with you, and that should update on the final one. And let's save this. You don't think so? Okay. Then maybe we will do that. Almost happy birthday. Yeah, by the way, thank you for the reminder. Roland's birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, Roland. And we're going to be doing, in celebration of that, when we get back on the 4th, we're going to be doing a little bit of work on some heavy gear. And in fact, through July, we're going to be doing a little bit more work on heavy gear because I have some models to get together and I want to make some terrain for that. How you doing today, It's a Square? Banana mags just scream bolter to me. I mean, they didn't invent them. They do just, use them constantly, though. Skachoom! There we go. I think that looks a little bit better. I like banana mags. Here's the thing, it's all personal taste for Gadarung, because, you know me at this point, I like things that I like the upscaling of infantry-style weaponry. I like mechs that hold on to weapons instead of just having them integrated into their arms. Some integrated weapons are fine, obviously. I dig, the medium lasers in the shoulders here. I like the machine guns coming out of the arm and everything. But the big weapons, I like them to be separate weapon systems. But I've always loved the anthropomorphic nature of the older style mecha. The specific look with the wide base plate with this, I like it. I mean, it looks okay. Celebrating 2 birthdays tomorrow. Oh my god, whose birthday is it other than yours? Oh, last year and this year. Okay, alright. Well, yeah, last year was rough. Last year was real rough. A lot of people were like, hey, it's my birthday. Let's sit at home. Let's watch a movie that came out on streaming. It'll be nice to go out to dinner again. I think that this upcoming trip that I have over to the Western Slope is going to be the first time that I go out to dinner in a while. And let's see, I have one other weapon option for this style with the side grip that can go into this pose. And that is the classic double-barreled weird little shotgun thing, which is kind of a funny little squat thing. That is from Fang of the Sun Dougram. I don't have anything to make this the equivalent of other than like an ultra auto cannon or something like that, maybe in BattleTech. But this is more just for the Dougram version of the figure, because I've got some people who want to print these out. Why is that so different? It should be further down. Hang on, let me fix that. Let's make his leg go away so I can see what I'm doing. Oh yeah, for whatever reason that's higher on this. I didn't mean for it to be. Move it down. How did this wind up that much lower? I don't remember doing that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I've already done the pose. I can fix that by making this go away and then just creating a little transition piece right here. Extrude you out ever so slightly. Make you new. Add a quick chamfer so it doesn't look too awkward. a little bit less than that. We're looking for 0.7. Thank you. Combine you with you. Save that. And there, that drops the handle back down where it should be. I'm not sure why that happened. I thought I had everything lined up, but I guess I didn't. Oh well, so be it. Goofy Dougram anime shotgun go. Oh, I should probably make his leg visible again. Was your birthday on a Sunday last year, or did I do a Saturday stream? PPC is ejectable, but the Gauss is not. I don't care. I don't care. I like him holding weapons. Whether they are ejectable in BattleTech game terms or not is like, whatever. And I've got alternate versions of the ARM weapons so we can do different configurations. I've got... Let's see. We've got the SRM-6, or we can have an LRM-5 that's been angled back. We've got a center torso large laser. We can swap the MLAS out for a pair of large lasers in the shoulders. You can add medium lasers on either side for... There's a variant that has 1, 2, 3 medium lasers on either side. We can do the classic smoke launchers instead of the MLAS for the actual Dougram version. And then over on this arm, under forearm, we can have 2 machine guns, we can have 2 small lasers, or we can have 1 machine gun. Because there's a variant that strips out 1 machine gun and keeps 1 so that it can add case to the whole thing, which is, you know, probably a good idea since machine guns suck in case rules, but, you know, we can't always have everything we want. Either way, I'm gonna work on some posing tonight, and then I can save each of these in all of the various versions, and we can all have Battle Masters to our heart's content. So the question is, what is the next pose gonna be? And I'm leaning towards recreating the unseen IWM Battlemaster pose. To start with. It's pretty simple. I got my reference here that I can look at. Roland, oh my god, that's awesome. Roland, thank you so much for joining us for your birthday. Thank you for wanting to spend some of that time with us, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here. There's a little invisible component on the original, but I don't want to be there, and I gotta find it real quick. It's over here, and I wonder what it's under. I should probably do away with most of these failed bodies that don't really belong here anymore. And the original foot doesn't need to be there. It's part of upper body. Part of the 2X large las, and it's just an extra piece of laser that I was working with that doesn't belong there. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to make those visible. No, make them invisible again. Okay. Take 2 Saiga 12s together for that one. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-bam, ba-bam. Bam-it-a-bam, as they say. What's up, Eternal? How you doing today, man? Alright, so the original has just a very, very soft step forward with the right leg. And and then his left leg is kind of coming back and slightly raised. What's up, Siestinator? Rio himself, how are you doing today? All that armor and the pilot's surrounded by glass. It's really tough glass. It's transparent aluminum. Right? Right? Is that Star Trek? You know, whatever. Alright. So we'll go ahead and put the right leg in position first. Set its pivot point on this little sphere that I hid in here. Now, looks like we want to come forward. Not too much. 25 degrees is almost a little too generous, maybe only 20. And then we can adjust from there. Tilt it out slightly. A little 5 degrees. A little 5 degrees. Yeah, I saw that. The transparent aluminum for real thing, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's so expensive and difficult to make that there's no point. Which is always a little depressing. It's always a little depressing when we develop amazing technology and it turns out that it's, like, horrifically impractical. Alright, so the shin and the foot. Rotate that on our knee drum here. Now, this should be more forward. This should definitely be more forward. It's barely forward at all right now. There we go. And then we'll adjust its position ever so slightly. Maybe not that far in. Let's give it 0.3 in and then move it back just a wee little bit. There we go. Where's my circle? There it is. Now, it's worth noting that there are easier... Everything that I'm doing here, there are ways to rig these parts together mechanically inside of Fusion to do all of this easier. I'm just not doing it because I'm lazy and because this is how I do it. Like, it's good to do that if you're making a much more complex mechanical piece, but the mechanics of this are so simple and the rotation points so few and far between that it's not really that much work to just manually select them. What are we printing? Give me your shoes. You can always hit !STL to get a readout on what is up there in the corner above my head, right there in chat. But that is a piece of a runway for Hextech's new air and spaceport line. It's aluminum oxide, aka sapphire crystals. That sounds expensive to me. It sounds impractically expensive to me. Rotate it from here. Alright, now for this leg. This is tilted outwards a fair bit. I'm going to give it about 15 degrees. Actually, before I do that tilt, I'm going to bring it back. Oof, maybe not quite that far. Something like 25 degrees is probably more than enough. And then tilt the thigh outward. 10 degrees? It's pretty good. That's a simple walking position. Oh, I need to straighten this foot out. I didn't look at it from the front. There we go. Hey, Mannix the Lemur, how are you doing today? I think this leg is going to want to be moved up in general, just kind of up into the skirting a little bit more. 1 millimeter. That doesn't clip too bad with anything. When I do this, I try to make as many of these parts touch as I can, because that way you wind up with good solid prints, but I don't want them to clip through each other too much either. Too far back with the left leg? Well, I'm probably just going to make the toe. Here, see, on the original, his foot is cocked off at an angle because he's stepping forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the foot probably be a little bit below the primary plane here. And I'm just going to chop a flat off of it because, you know, while it might not be the most realistic, and you lose a little piece of the model, it's a very small piece, and that gives you 2 good flat points to glue down to a base, which I think is more important than having the foot be completely intact. Datron Voltari, pleasure to see you, my friend. I'm actually going to angle the foot out a little bit more. And then like so. And then let's see how it looks if I do that. If I take a line from right here and go straight across at 0 degrees. Cut off a little bit of the toe. I'm gonna have to break my link to the original to do. Oh, you know what I can do actually? Is I can just make a copy of this. And then I can make this disappear. And I can cut this one. That way I don't have to modify the original file. I get rid of this piece, and there you see. The foot is not strictly completely intact, but you do have this nice little flat portion here that you will be able to glue down to the base. Give him it's a small connection point, but it's better than connecting on a corner, you know? As long as it's not excessive, it's just the toe digging into the ground. Exactly. No, so this pose that I'm going for right here, Drakari, is, no, I did not do the soul greeblies on this guy. This is the one thing I left off from the original design, is that the Bigfoot has these chunky things on the bottom of his foots. Which, that might not be a bad idea. I could add those for the part of the foot that is sticking up. Like here, let's give that a shot. Let's see what it looks like, since I've made this alternative foot already. Stop snapping to everything. Thank you. should just turn off the snap to option, but I'm too lazy, and I'd rather just try to get it right manually, apparently. Alright, let's mirror you on here. Let's go ahead and create a tread piece. Why you won't consider it the same line? Because you hate me. Okay. It is the same line. There we go. Make that 0.6. We can go a little bit larger. Let's make it 0.8. Let's make it just 1 to give it a nice ½ millimeter extension. It's not a bad idea since I'm going to have the heel slightly lifted. When it's flat to the ground, there's no real reason to have that. This will also give it a little bit more glue spot, a little bit more of a flat. Not a whole lot more of one, but a little bit of one, and then if you look underneath the heel, you'll have those little dealy bobs. But yeah, the pose, this one is the classic unseen Battlemaster pose on the original Metal Mini. So he's just kind of vaguely walking forward and his rear foot has the heel lifted up and cocked off to the side like that. I know they do White Wolf. I know you do White Wolf. I am aware. It's never... to be fair, this is not necessarily being made for the scale modeling crowd, so much as the I'd like a classic-looking, easy-to-print Bigfoot for my Battletech Forces crowd, which is, I think, smaller. Yeah, sure, White Wolf, sure. No, my name's White Wolf. I definitely don't paint the insides of my rhinos. I know, I'm the same way, too. I'm like... I go even further than that. I tell people, like, if you can't reach it with a brush easily when it's fully assembled, you're not going to be able to see it. Anyway, I used to be the kind of guy who would, like, leave the bolters off of his Space Marines so I could paint the chest eagles all detailed and then glue the bolters on, completely covering them up, and at a certain point I was like, why am I doing this? I don't even, like, I know the paint's there and I can't see it. I know to look for it and I cannot see it, so why am I wasting my time? Alright, and then it looks like the legs are pretty much where they should be. Upper body and our arms. Let's set the pivot someplace up here, why don't we? He's angled ever so slightly forward, like probably only 5 degrees is going to be just fine. And his torso is twisted very... Nope, that's the wrong axis. That is the wrong axis. I know why it's the wrong axis, it's because I'm on this crazy angle. I need a new pivot. A little twist to the side. A little twist to the side. Not much of one. That's probably more than enough. How does that line up with the waist? The waist is connected in all the necessary places. Excellent. I love the pose without the guns and with the arms straight down. Yeah, it's like, alright. I'm going home. This is bullshit, you guys. I've overheated 3 times. I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm done with your bullshit. Okay. Do a component move on the left arm. Select my internal pivot point. Now, it looks like it is slightly out. Kind of elevated. 20 degrees might be too extreme. I think 15. And then tilted slightly back. Again, I think 15 degrees is probably plenty. And then we gotta move our forearm, hand, grip hand, and hand weapon. Rotate them on the elbow cylinder here. That's pretty good. And I'm going to rotate the hand ever so slightly. Inward. That looks pretty good. Yeah, screw you guys, I'm going home. So the pose that I'm imitating, you could look it up, Dre, if you want, Drakari. Just look up Unseen Battlemaster. All of the classic metal minis are in this pose. And no, he's stepping forward with his right foot, and then his torso is slightly rotated with his right pectoral forward. Ooh, I'll be excited to see that, Rio. Here, let me see if I can't pull up an image of it for you. It's not the worst of the unseen poses. It's not like a great pose. But it is far from the worst of the classic unseen poses. And actually, I might have gotten his torso rotation wrong, but I can fix that. It's this guy. He's not even, like, pointing at anybody. Yeah, this is not a pose that I would do by myself, Drakari. This is a pose that I'm just doing as a reference to the original miniature. Not there, not there. Right arm, hand weapon. Let's make the PPC visible since it's going to be the primary weapon. The render, so that's not a render, that's a toy. Give me your shoes. That is one of the 1/144th scale models from, who makes those? Max Armor, I want to say? I'm pretty sure. And I've used that as reference for building this. Dodge, thank you for the reminder. Pez Motion, how are you doing today? Hey, 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 pizza time! That's always exciting. I'm excited on your behalf. Alright, so right arm off of my spherical pivot point there. This one is also pulled back even a little bit more sharply. The elbow's kind of tucked in, it doesn't come out. That reminds me, I need to crank my AC. I don't know why. I don't know why I've got it as low as it is right now. Thank you so much, Graybeard Ray. How are you doing today? I've seen some of the board builds you've been doing lately, man, using a combination of my stuff and a few other things. Looking real fucking nice, Graybeard. I assume you're the same Graybeard Ray from Facebook. There could be multiples. It's possible. Seems unlikely. Am I confusing you with another board builder? It's possible. Haven't been on Facebook in months. It's probably somebody else who's also going by Graybeard then. I would swear it was Graybeard Ray. Maybe it's like Graybeard Tim? Maybe it's some other member of the Graybeard Enclave. Why isn't BattleTech more popular, do you think? You know, I've got some thoughts on that. I do have some thoughts on why BattleTech isn't more popular, and I would argue that it is pretty popular. It is pretty damn popular, relatively speaking. Relative to how it could be. Which is, you know, not at all. BattleTech's kind of a cursed property. Yeah, Harmony Gold is a big part of it. It has never found its footing. BattleTech has been lost in, like, litigation hell for a huge portion of its existence, and it's tragic. Because it's a great property. It has a lot of fan loyalty, though. It has a huge amount of nostalgia that kind of keeps it going. But it's been mishandled from day one. First, there was Harmony Gold, which, you know, kicked the crap out of FASA and all the original IP holders, and then they struggled to sort of rebrand and re-see all the designs that they couldn't use. It has fallen into the hands of companies who make questionable decisions kind of over and over and over, and it's never really, God damn you Avast, you son of a bitch. It has never really fallen into the hands of the great company that is going to make it amazing. I think CGL, and this is going to be a great irony, because I complain about CGL a lot. I don't really like them as a company. That being said, they're one of the best things to happen to BattleTech in decades. I think that WizKids actually had a lot of really good ideas for BattleTech when they were making Dark Age, and for one reason or another, and through a couple of very poor choices amidst the good choices that they made, and due to also some pretty terrible minis in the interim, it didn't take off. It didn't do particularly well. Yeah, and that's the other thing, Painted Ogre, is BattleTech isn't... I think there's a tendency, people want to think of BattleTech like 40K, but it's not. It's not even remotely a similar game. Alpha Strike is very similar to a modern war game as we think of it when we're familiar with, you know, your Warhammer 40Ks or your Mantic games or something from Warlord games. Like, it's very similar rules-wise, but classic BattleTech, where BattleTech really lives, has more DNA in common with a tabletop role-playing game. Like, your mechs in classic BattleTech have character sheets as opposed to stat lines. And that's a much better, I think a much more accurate way of looking at the mech sheet. It's not a stat line like you would find in Warhammer 40K, it's a character sheet like you might find in Dungeons & Dragons. And yeah, I think Alpha Strike, Painted Ogre, what I wish right now, if I could have my wish, if CGL would do one damn thing, is if they would actually pull their fucking thumbs out and get a team focused on rewriting Alpha Strike, because Alpha Strike has a lot of weaknesses in it, and the biggest problem is that coming from... It's like making a tabletop battle game out of Dungeons & Dragons, because Dungeons & Dragons lives in the narrative and in the creative bullshit that you can do as player characters. And if you then take that, and admittedly it's made the transition to a number of very, very simple RPGs, this is true, but if you take that and you give somebody a game where it's like, hey, we've stripped all your stats down to these 5 numbers, they're gonna go, yeah, but what about my charisma stat? Because that's what they're used to seeing. So when you look at an Alpha Strike card, you're like, I have like 4 numbers. This isn't enough for a mech. And part of the problem, too, is that there are a bajillion mechs in Battletech. A bajillion mechs in Battletech. It's just an unreasonable number. And in classic Battletech, that is true because the differences are so granular that mechs can be completely different from one another with a few changes to a couple of stats while still having similar weapons. They can all have the same weapons, for instance, but then if you shift the number of heat sinks and their tonnage and their engines and stuff like that, they become different mechs. In Alpha Strike, you lose those. So when you're like, let's translate all, as Vergaderung says, let's translate all 3,500 mechs into Alpha Strike, half of them are going to be the same fucking card, because you only have 5 stats. You only have so much variation you can do, and there isn't 3,500 versions of an Alpha Strike card. It's just not possible. So it's uncomfortable for classic Battletech players. It's good for new players, but then it leads to the question of, like, why are there so many mechs when there don't need to be? And then the answer is like, well, look at classic Battletech, and I don't know. It's in a very weird place. I want Alpha Strike to get a redux. I agree that Commander's Edition of Alpha Strike Painted Ogre is a perfectly solid game. It needs more focus. They need to take Alpha Strike and say, okay, Alpha Strike is now Battletech. This is Battletech. This is the flagship product. This is what we're focusing on. We're gonna strip a bunch of mech designs out. We're gonna focus on a handful of them. We're gonna make them diverse. We're gonna introduce enough mechanics that they actually feel diverse and interesting. We're gonna work in combined arms in a way that's tactically interesting and not just like a slightly varied stat line. And really push it, and then be like, and then there's Classic Battletech, and it already has the name, because it's not Battletech anymore, it's Classic Battletech. And then there's Battletech, which is Alpha Strike. But it seems like CGL doesn't write rules. It seems like CGL just kind of republishes and edits old versions of rules, and I wish that they'd do more work, frankly. Maybe they'll get to it once they're done with all these fucking plastic mechs that they're making. Hey, Hypnotic Mom, how are you doing today? The adoptive Thunder Mom herself. I got Kat's suggestion for an intro clip, and I'm working on working that up, so I'll have a button for you. Yeah, it's a mess. Battletech is a big fucking mess, and it's hard to narrow it down into anything because you're gonna find people who are fans of, oh, this one obscure mech from this one obscure timeline, and if he doesn't have my meme mech, then I'm not gonna play the game. Battletech needs to, and this is gonna sound self-defeating, start fucking ignoring the old grognards. I know that the grogs, I know that the classic players, I know that Battletech is a game for old people. And it is. It survives on the enthusiasm and nostalgia from... We can't agree on that, Painted Ogre, because I fucking love Dark Age. I fucking love MechWarrior Dark Age. I think MechWarrior Dark Age is one of the best ideas they've had in a long time. I think it was poorly executed, but I think it was a great idea. And I love the internal combustion engine agrimechs and industrial mechs. I thought those were a great idea. It was like an attempt to return everything to a 3025 as it could have been, and it just didn't work. But they made some real mistakes on distribution and design on that. Enjoying the storms. We've only got a few of them over here, and I wish we'd get more. I wish they'd stick around longer, but over here on the plains, storms come and go real fast. Oh no, I agree. Yeah, it's way more interesting than the clans. I can't blame... Like, the clans, for me, is one of those things where it's like... It was one of the worst decisions they made really early on. I feel like I understand the impetus for the clans, but I've never felt like... Even when it happened, I felt like the implementation was bad. They should have been more varied and more of a side grade than... Hey, there's clans, and everything they have is, like, you can sum up the clan invasion and clan mechs so simply. Like, I'll sum it up for you right now. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready to hear the entire summation of clan mechs? You know those mechs you've got? You know those heat sinks you've got, and those lasers you've got, and those autocannons you've got, and those missiles you've got? We've got those. But they're better. Design meeting over. Let's go home. Cut it, print it. Like, that was the whole fucking thing. It was like, just make them better. That's terrible game design. Now, okay, credit where credit is due. The clan invasion happened a long fucking time ago. And if you look at where 40K was at the same time, nobody would pretend. Because we live in a golden age of tabletop gaming, guys. And this is something I think more people should understand about people like me who like to fucking complain about things, because I like to complain about things. We complain because we want it to be better and because we know it can be better. And the fact that we complain about things at all, like, this is a good thing that we have things to complain about. Because back in the 80s, there wasn't much to complain about because almost nothing existed. There was no really well-refined, highly competitive, balanced rule system. It didn't exist. It didn't fucking exist. Every game was unbalanced. Balance was a distant dream. We didn't know what balance was. Competitive gaming wasn't a thing. Metagaming wasn't a thing. You couldn't get on the internet and share your meta list. Exactly. This is the golden age. The fact that we can sit around and we can go, well, this unit isn't balanced. You know what that means? You know what that means? That means that there are units that are balanced. That means that we know what balance looks like because it's happened at least once. And it's fucking amazing. And in many ways, Battletech is stuck back there when nothing was balanced. When you weren't playing games for balance because competitive gaming wasn't the thing that happened. You were just like, fuck it, play, whatever, have fun. And then a big orc fist comes out of the sky and smashes 5 of your guys, and the template is shaped like a big foot because it's funny. Not because someone measured the foot and determined that it was based on unit coherency rules and based on the current explosion templates, this template is ideally suited to create the best balance. No, it was a foot because it was funny. And that's how game design worked. You showed up with all your toys and you got your ass handed to you, and then you wondered why it happened. And on a certain level, you didn't care because it's not like you could go online and read the results from the latest Gen Con tournament because that didn't happen yet. So, yeah. Randall's gone on record to say that if he had the opportunity to do it again, Clan Tech would be toned down. Yeah, Pez Motion, like, what I want more than anything is for someone to have the balls to just go, hey, fuck the Battletech timeline, we're starting over. Like, start the game over in 3025, rebalance the weapons from the Fourth Succession War into something that makes sense. Because, like, autocannon rules is exactly what I'm talking about. Autocannon rules and ammo explosions exist because it makes realistic sense for that to be the case. But reality is a shitty excuse for game rules, and we hadn't learned that yet. Not really. We know it now, but we hadn't learned it yet. So anytime somebody's like, well, this game rule should be different because in reality, I just stop listening. None of this has anything to do with reality, nor should it. You know what combat's like in reality? You want to play war games that are based in fucking realism? You know how battles go in reality? One side spends a shitload of time making sure the other side has no idea when they're going to attack. They attack, it's over in 5 minutes, and one whole side is dead. That's how battle goes. I don't want to play that game, because that's not a game, that sucks. I want to play a game, and in games, realism doesn't mean shit. But maybe I'm getting a little too into it at this point. I'm just going to try to drop this in so that its geometry kind of combines with the side of the torso a bit. Make a nice, strong joint. What is this, a fair fight? Yeah, only morons fight fair. You don't fight fair if you want to live. That's not how it works. It's like when people talk about, well, in reality, starfighters would be... In reality, starfighters are never going to exist, because there's no reason for them to. In reality, battle mechs are never going to exist, because they're a huge waste of resources for a big, delicate machine that doesn't give you any advantages over a tank. So fuck reality, because this is about big stompy robots, and big stompy robots aren't realistic. Even if you could build them, you wouldn't. Adepticon 2022 Thunderhead Stream meetup, so I do want to do something like that, Roland. I really, really do, what with cons kicking back up. When are you going to have a gigantic Alpha Strike game on the huge new game table? 750, yeah, if we get 1 mech per follower. So I am this summer trying to get my game room set up so that we can do some gaming right here on the stream. Particularly, I think it's well suited for Battletech because it's a grid-based game, so I can have my cameras set up and you guys can like redeem points to make moves. And we can do Thunderhead versus the stream. I'll lose, but we can do it. I'll lose to random choices with no strategy whatsoever. It'll be great. You're damn right, Rio. You're damn right. Yeah, that's the thing, Painted Ogre. I saw that too, but that's gonna be like the mule that exists right now is one of... That's almost the pinnacle of walking war machines. Because the truth is, like, what the fuck are you gonna do with a walking killer robot? What is it that legs can do? You have to weigh a few things, okay? You have to weigh, what does this give me? Versus what problems does this introduce? Legs introduce way more problems than they solve. This is an answer in search of a problem. And we don't spend money on that for the most part. Sometimes we do, but for the most part we don't spend money on things like that because it doesn't make any sense. It's the same reason that we're all like never, ever, ever going to have laser guns or Gauss rifles for infantry in real life. Because Private Snuffy, have I told you about Private Snuffy? Private Snuffy is a fucking moron. Think about the dumbest person you know. Personally, right now, think about the dumbest person you know. And now know that that person could be in the infantry. Do you think that person could repair a directed energy rifle if it broke? You give him, you know, a set of electronic tools and you say, repair this magnetic accelerator rifle. No. And you know what that makes that gun? A waste of fucking money. An absolute fucking waste of money. And we'll never, ever build it. Gimme your shoes. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Yeah, exactly. Private Snuffy can barely clean the fucking M16 that we've been using since Vietnam. And that weapon is laughably simple. Laughably simple. Not as simple as it could be for contract reasons, but laughably simple. You have to build military weapons for the lowest common denominator, and this is going to sound bad, but it's because the lowest common denominator is often who's doing the fighting. How's this look? Does this look about like the reference? Seems pretty close. I don't think the arm is quite as cocked out, but I don't really want to do it too much more, or it's going to clip into the shoulder. That's my own fault for making the gun so long. Let's have a look at it in render form. He's got a nice little stalking forward posture. It's not an exact recreation, but I think mine looks a little bit more natural. It's meant to be an homage. And in homage, you can have small differences. And I flattened out the medium lasers because that's how they are in the original Battlemaster. Now, bear in mind, this Battlemaster has like little hex markings on the surfaces, and I'm not doing any of that because this is definitely the Bigfoot from Dougram. Yeah, natural, with back nipples. Yeah, totally. It's a witch. I think it looks, because the original, like, it's not really clear what he's doing. He's doing, like, this funny little pose thing, and this one looks a little bit more like he's actually walking forward and moving his arms a little bit. But it's close enough. Yeah, mine is clearly not made to be flat cast as a single piece. Good point, Sumitha. Good point. Good to see you, by the way, my friend. How are you doing today? As, like, scales? Yeah, or like a blade of armor. I think of them like a blade of armor when I see them, Sumitha. Waffles. Yeah, he's doing the truffle shuffle. The original Battle Master is very much doing the truffle shuffle. Paid off enough senators and offered cushy jobs after they leave office. Lockheed, General Dynamics. Yeah, no, you're not wrong to square. In fact, that's the subject. Like, one of my favorite lines in RoboCop from 1987 is when it's become clear that Ed 209 is a piece of shit that doesn't work. And not Bob Morton. Bob Morton gets killed early in the movie. I'm thinking of Ronnie Cox's character, Dick Jones. Dick Jones is ranting about how Bob Morton undermined him by doing the RoboCop program when he had the Ed 209 program. And he's ranting about, like, we had government contracts, we had agreements, we had service plans for 30 years, part replacements, maintenance, and then he follows that up with, who cares if it worked or not? Like, yeah, and that really cuts to the heart of so much military hardware. We had contracts, we had 30-year maintenance and part replacement agreements, who gives a shit if it worked? That's excellent insight, truth be told. Oh man, I love that movie. I love RoboCop. It's such a great movie. It's both, Sumatha. It's absolutely both. I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you on this screen. Gus Schultz, how are you doing today, man? Gus Schultz, one of these days I'm gonna get you to paint. I'm gonna get you to paint one of my battle mechs. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm not sure which members of your extended family you would react best to the kidnapping and threatening of in order to get you to do work. That'll probably take some research. But I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. Arguably why battle mechs exist in Battletech, people were so afraid of being outgunned by the hegemony that everybody wanted a Mackie. Yeah, and I look too... Like, one of the reasons that I like the more humanoid battle mechs, like the Battle Master and the classic ones that were taken from anime, is because I look at the humanoid battle mech with the human hands and the real, you know, anthropomorphized body. I look at that as a testament to the power of the Star League. I look at that as, like, look how fucking amazing we are. Look how powerful we are. We don't have to make mechs that are just functional. We can make mechs that are extra. We can make mechs that look good. We can make mechs that turn you into a giant avatar of war. They don't have to just be tanks anymore because we're the fucking Star League. Because when you see our war machines coming, they've got two big nasty legs and sometimes they might have a grinning skull on their face. It's a testament to the ascendancy of their power. Almost completely subsuming my love of Battletech into Heavy Gear love. You know, I'm getting close to doing that myself right now. I've been digging more into Heavy Gear. And where Battletech seems, particularly the latest incarnation of Battletech, seems really, really eager to distance itself from its anime roots, and so many fans of Battletech, like, I don't like really connect with a lot of the modern Battletech fans. Okay, that's not fair to say. A lot of them I do, but there's a huge core of Battletech fans that I don't connect with on an aesthetic level, because we start to have a conversation about Battletech, and I'm like, yeah, man, like the classic Dougram stuff, and they'll be like, oh, that looks stupid. I'm like, oh, fuck you. Like, you tasteless asshole. We're not fans of Battletech for the same reasons, and Heavy Gear is very heavily anime inspired. Heavy Gear is like Votom's the game. I saw this earlier, Sumatha, on one of the... like, okay, I'm about to say that I saw something on a Facebook post and I didn't like it. I mean, it's Facebook, it's garbage, and I shouldn't even look at the bullshit on Facebook. But I saw somebody on a post about the Thunderbolt being like, the whole Thunderbolt design looks stupid. It's stupid. It's a dumb mech. It's stupid. Anybody who likes it is stupid. I'm just like... Gross. These people aren't artists. These people think that the MechWarrior Online sculpts are the pinnacle of design, and while a lot of them are really good, they're also just like, hey, look, it's a rectangle and it's got some lines and it stomps, but it's a rectangle, and it's so fucking boring. It's so boring. I know, Datron, I know. Like, believe me, I know that. I looked at Facebook. I should know better than to do that. And let me post a disclaimer here. If you think that the new designs, if you think that MechWarrior Online is like the coolest thing to ever happen to BattleTech and it's the best designs ever, I don't judge you for that. Because this is all aesthetics. This is all personal preference. I like these designs for very personal reasons. And you should like art for personal reasons too. And you don't have to justify. You do not have to justify your aesthetic preferences to anyone. If you want to analyze them, if you want to parse them, if you want to explain them, if you want to do any of these things, you can do it, but you do not have to. You can just say, I like it. And you know what? That's enough. That's all you need right there. You're talking about the American designs for Dougram. Yeah, the American and Japanese designs from the same era, that early 80s era, if you compare them right across the board, it's obvious that the American artists had no fucking clue what they were doing, and the Japanese artists were like actually inspired to make things. They had aesthetic influences that they were trying to follow, and the American artists were like, I don't know, it's got 2 legs, and it's a robot, so it's like a box, and then, I don't know, it has like panels, so let's put some lines on it. I don't disagree, Vergaderung, but that is only because the original designs looked like a bag of dog shit in many cases, and that is not a compliment. That is condemnation by faint praise. The dryer ducting arms on the Americans, like, some of them have some appeal to them, but even when the design itself has some appeal, a lot of the art was so bad that it's hard to see what they could have been. And I agree that the MechWarrior Online designs are some of the first designs to take a lot of the old American designs and make them look like something other than a piece of shit. But they also took a lot of the classic Japanese designs and stripped all the character out of them. Like the Shadowhawk turned into... I hate the MechWarrior Online Shadow. This is funny though, because I love the MechWarrior Online Archer. I think the MechWarrior Online Archer looks fantastic. I think they fixed what I always thought was wrong with its profile. So it's not you know, a hard and fast rule. It's you know, example by example kind of thing. But like the MechWarrior Online Trebuchet, ugh, looks terrible. The MechWarrior Online Shadowhawk is like, it might as well be literally any mech at that point. It doesn't have any curves, it doesn't have any interest, it's just Stomp Master blocky rectangle. Alright, let me grab a beer. I'll be right back. As soon as I can find this button that I want to click. Oh god. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank God. Space Hawk. I'm never gonna let Cat live that one down. Space Hawk. Good lord. I think the Trebuchet is one of the few examples where the original looks better than the one that MechWarrior Online did. I don't want to say that you're wrong, Vergaderung. I think that you're probably correct. The majority of the MechWarrior Online redesigns were good. they were all improvements. Let me say this about them, and I think this is the most fair thing that I can say about them. They were an objective, artistic improvement on the original designs, but they moved in an aesthetic direction that I generally did not like. And this is where I give credit to CGL, because CGL moved them back in the opposite direction. They toned down the blockiness in a way that I think is a real improvement. Datron Voltara, you have a fantastic time DMing, as much as that's possible. Oh god, players. Oh, tabletop players. They make our lives so hard. So many of them, though, were just rectangles. And I think that you can't really blame the artists that did MechWarrior Online, because they were responding to a natural evolution of mech design that happened through the MechWarrior games. And I blame the fact that the MechWarrior games had to translate a complex tabletop game into what amounted to an arcade shooter. Because battle mechs in BattleTech use Neuro helmets, and in wearing the Neuro helmet, it's not really well described what all it lets you do. It's a big hand wave, the Neuro helmet, which is like the moment when you're like, wait, I can't control all the aspects of this mech with these two joysticks. How do I like open the hands? How do I balance on it? And they're like, you put on a Neuro helmet and that lets you do it. And I'm like, okay, fine, that's fine. That I don't need anything more explained. That makes up for everything else. Okay, cool. So then you make a game out of it, and then you have to actually ask the question, because we don't have Neuro helmets. You're like, how do I open and close the hand? How do I throw punches where I want them to go? How do I fire weapons out of my back while I'm still looking forward? How do I do any of these things? And the answer is, you don't. So they take all those things out of the game. It won't load Barkax. Oh no, I'm so sorry. You probably can't see this. There, you can see that maybe. Barkax Miniatures, by the way, guys, if you're not following Barkax, go give him a follow. A fantastic painter. A fantastic painter. Dracar, you're talking about Iron-Blooded Orphans, and I love that show. But so what you do then, and what the MechWarrior game designers did, was they went, okay, we don't do any of those things. The arms just kind of mount at the side with their elbows down and their fists forward, and you fire weapons by kind of aiming those fists around in small circles. And you target everything on the screen, and you go pew pew pew, and then you get MechWarrior, which is it's an arcade shooter. It's a very simplistic arcade shooter. It's not really a simulation. It's almost never been a simulation. I think, like, was it MechWarrior 2 or 3? It was a little bit more like a simulation, but it was still pretty stripped down. And when I say simulation, I mean like flight sims and stuff, where they're recreating very realistic control schemes that you can because they were designed that way. And form follows function. Form follows function always. And the function was, we don't need them to do all of these movements. So, form, following that, turned the mechs into stomping rectangles, because mechanically, that's what they were in game terms. And I view the MechWarrior Online designs as descended very specifically from, and it's in the title, from the MechWarrior series of games. And I view BattleTech and MechWarrior as kind of divergent from that central point of MechWarrior 1. And I forgive all of those, what I view as shortcomings in the MechWarrior game series, because BattleTech has more to it than that. Or it should, anyway. In BattleTech, you should be able to duck underneath the arm of an enemy mech and lock your hand up above its shoulder and snap the elbow joint to disable its handheld weapon. You can't do that in MechWarrior. You can't even, like, you can do it in some of the advanced rules for classic BattleTech if you want to work in, like, grappling and stuff like that. But, in the universe, this should be possible. Even just in classic BattleTech, you should be able to throw kicks and punches, which you obviously can. You can't do that in MechWarrior. You can do it in the BattleTech HBS game. They did a great job on that. For all my complaints about the MWO designs, they worked just fine in HBS BattleTech. It's a first-person shooter that wants to be a simulator. It wants to imply that it's a simulator without actually putting in any simulator stuff. Like, the most it does is go, oh no, you're overheating. That's where it stops. You can't even windmill smack anyone with a Marauder. I will show that. I will show that. Hang on, let me pull that up. Oh god, how do you even find that? Hang on, let me see. Glaug GIF. It's gotta be here somewhere, right? There we go. Let me pull it up. There you go. Is it even Battletech if you can't do this? I propose not. It's amazing. I saw somebody the other day on one of the Facebook groups asking, where is the cockpit in the Marauder? And I love that one of the first responses was like, oh, it's this whole thing because the person driving this is like 30 feet tall. Oh, Macross, you so silly. What do we got? Oh yeah, this is the one that who is it? Catacarmony uses this one in his stream. It's the recreation. And I think that the Battlemaster, this is a good example of one of the changes that I really don't like. Like, does it look bad? No. But it loses a lot of what I love about the Bigfoot in the first place. I don't want to say it looks bad because I feel like that's unfair. It's a great design overall. It's certainly, you know, they were working with trying to update designs that were really, really fucking old. And honestly, even the miniature version of the Battlemaster was a step down from the actual original design of the Bigfoot. Like, when it translated into Battletech, it got worse looking in both the art and the miniatures. But I think that the Japanese artists just, at that point in time, spent more time on their art and their designs than we did for the most part. Maybe you just need to think in Russian. Yes, you're right, I should steal this IP. Was that bigoted? The Japanese artists cared more. I think it's important to recognize that people think anime, it's a cartoon, and cartoons are silly, but Americans have always thought of cartoons differently than Japanese have. To the Japanese, cartoons are just another medium, and they have been for a long time, so they took their stories more seriously from the very beginning. We were getting serious and kind of dark military stories like Mobile Suit Gundam in 1979 at the same time that Mel Blanc was making, you know, Bugs Bunny and shit like that. And that's how we thought of cartoons. Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that one too, Sumitha. The only way PGI will redeem me is by adding melee in the next iteration of MechWarriors. Let's face it, I'm in a Marauder, I get windmill smack into someone, they have absolutely no excuses. I don't know how you would do it, Rio. Don't get me wrong, if they implemented a MechWarrior game that had a melee combat system similar to like Chivalry or Mordhau, like, you know, you could shoot, and then get up close and like push a button and switch to melee controls and start throwing left hooks and rights, and I said left as I threw a right, and I said right as I threw a left, and you know, like initiate grapple and go in and lock up a mech under its arms, just like, I would play the shit out of that game. And that to me is like, why are we even doing mechs if we can't do things with our arms? Why aren't we just playing tanks? Let's see Iberben do hurricane actions in X-Men or something. Battletech Chivalry, right? Knights of the Inner Sphere, bring it on, let's play it. Olazna, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Throwing a real javelin. Oh my god, I would play the shit out of that game. I'm gonna save this render right quick. No, I'm gonna do this one later. I'm fairly satisfied with this pose. And that can be modified into more, so let's move on to the next one. It's pose B. The next one, I am going to imitate the pose on the, well, I was going to say I'm going to imitate the pose on the Catalyst Battlemaster, but it's very, very similar to this one, and I don't know that I'm going to bother with that. I don't want to have two poses that are that similar, because I'm only going to have like 4 poses. Helpful Mosquito, how are you doing today, my friend? Another fantastic streamer, by the way, guys. If you're not following Helpful Mosquito, oh my, you really, really should be. Very talented painter, been doing a lot of streaming lately. Go give him a follow. Follows are free. Stop. Alright. I am open to suggestions. What pose is this guy going to be in? The 1GB pose. Vergataron, give me a link, my friend. Let me get rid of this damn sketch. I'll make the origin invisible. There we go. Vote for a Sailor Moon pose. So you want like the hand on the hip and then kind of like doing this number right here? We could totally do that. Oh, the dual PPC Yosemite Sam pose. I'm thinking of Vergataron. I don't know if you've watched the fucking Attack on Titan, but there's this amazing scene in like I want to say season 3 when they're fighting a guy named Kenny the Ripper. And he shows up and he's got this advanced version of ODM gear that has all these extra hooks on it because it's designed for fighting and killing humans. And he comes into Levi runs into a bar and he dives behind the bar to get a break from him when he's shooting at him with these shotguns. And he comes in and he goes, I don't remember the line that he has right before it, but he goes bang bang and stomps his feet and puts his guns up in the air like this. And I immediately think of Kenny the Ripper. Hang on, let me pull it up. Wait, what? What was on screen? Talk about the Sailor Moon pose? No. No. Not doing it. Oh, come on. Somebody has to have a shot of Kenny the Ripper in the pose that I'm thinking of. I don't want to have to screen cap it myself. Bang, bang. Come on, let's do it. Oh, look, there's a GIF. There's a GIF that I can't access. Where is it? Come on. I fucking hate it when I Google search for an image and I click on it and it's like, you can't just load the image. You've got to look at my whole stupid Pinterest page. I just want the picture. I just want the picture. Can I just have that? Oh, here we go. Hang on. Loading. What do we got? What do we got, Sumitho? Let's have a look at this. Here we go. This is Kenny the Ripper's bang bang pose. He does this little... He thrusts his hip forwards and he drops his elbows down like that. We could totally do that, right? Do a pose running into combat, dropping the held weapon. That's an interesting idea. Do it like have a little connecting piece, or have the weapon like slightly touching the hip so that it's connected. But yeah, he's like dropped it and he's got a fist coming up. It's not a bad idea. I'm not going to do that in the basic 4 poses, but we're going to be doing a series of alternative poses in the near future, Drakari, for all of these mechs. I'm going to be doing mech bay poses where their cockpits are open and they're standing up and like missing an arm, for instance, and I'm gonna do a few poses of them in like destroyed or busted up postures, and something like that could be a good like special edition. Bang bang. Attack on Titan, by the way, is a straight fucking amazing. Straight fucking amazing. Well, that's this. Sumitha. That's this pose. His hips aren't quite as dropped back as he is on that one. And I guess I could rotate the hips back to get more of that shape. But this is essentially the same pose with the legs a little bit further apart. other leg forward, dropped forward, heavier torso twist. This is really close, though. It's really close. And the right leg is forward, because he's stepping forward with his left. Yeah, we're gonna have something like that. Something like that for all of them. Attack on Titan's first half of its third season is very Trigun. Yeah, when they start having to fight humans, it plays out very similarly. The second image. Hang on. Is 403 forbidden. I can't access that link for whatever reason. Find me another link, Sumitha. I'll take a look. Battle damage direct versions. That's on the list. Crossbow. You know my Dougram, my Shadowhawk that's like collapsed in on itself and has been like abandoned. We're gonna do that for all of them. What I'm doing today are just our basic print poses, and then we're gonna have like a special edition that is going to include mech bay poses, derelict / destroyed poses, and if you have any other ideas, you know, feel free to suggest them. Let me look at this. Need a pose similar to the boxed set cover art? Feel free to link it, Olazna. I'll take a look. So I've also had this idea, and I haven't actually told on. Oh, I see. Huh. Yeah, the other leg is forward. He's kind of dropped down a little bit more into a squat. I kind of only want to do the one pose with his arm on his gun, because there is at least one version that I can't do in that pose. Most of the weapons will work, but some of the weapons won't. It's a good idea, though. Might do that as a 5th or something like that. Barkax minis. Just gonna assume cool stuff is happening. I assure you, Barkax, that it is. If he probably can't hear this. Oh my god. Oh my god, Barkax, you absolute fucking maniac. When you see this later, you'll hear me calling you a maniac for dropping 5 fucking gift subs. Oh my god. Going out to Crypt Shadow, Hapataka, Cephalopod Studios, Steel Security, and Waffles the Wonderfish, all of whom can now use our insipid and infuriating voice commands to heckle me during a stream. Helpful Mosquito, thank you so much for that subscription, my friend. Let's take a look at this, Olazna. Oh, yeah. That's not bad. What is that arm that's in his hand? Is that a thunderbolt? No, it's a griffin. And he's stomping on a catapult. So I'm not going to do this one right now, but I like where your head's at. I'm going to add this to the list of the second round of poses, because I do like this idea, and yeah, I could have the hand gripping a ripped-off mech arm and swinging it. I could have him swinging a griffin arm, and I could have him stomping on something like, I might just do a griffin, one of my round facers. I could have him stomping on the torso of a griffin and swinging its arm like a club. That's a good idea. I like that. I'm looking for the next 2 poses. I just want them to be simple poses, because this is the initial 4 run of poses that are just going to be, I printed a Battle Master, I want a little bit of variety in my force. That is a fantastic idea, though, Olazna, and I am going to add that as inspiration for the second run of poses that we're probably going to get to after we get back from break and before we start on the Trenchy. Really, really good idea, though. Let me see. Take a look at my Bigfoot here. Battle tank, Bigfoot. I could just do a real simple one like this. There's nothing wrong with having one that's just kind of posed, kind of standing, you know? SRM6 go whoosh pose. It's not a bad idea. Barkax, you thank you so much. He can't even hear me thanking him. Guys, please thank Barkax in chat for me. He's so cool. Seriously though, Barkax is an amazing painter, and I'm not just saying this because he just did a bunch of gift subs. You should go follow him. You don't think one like this? You think in action poses, huh? I think everybody should have a neutral pose, but I don't know if I want to make that part of the initial 4. I'm standing here. Hey, I'm posing here. Let's throw a quick update on B. Get rid of the origin and the sketch there. Alright, that is saved. Alright, let's see what Mosquito's got for us. Ooh, the superhero landing? That's real action-packed, isn't it? So we should definitely have at least one where he's aiming forward. Thinking maybe slightly off. Should I do one where he's aiming his second hand, his left arm with the machine guns? Like, I could do one where he's aiming forward with his machine gun / small lasers, depending on which variant that you've got. And then he could have, like, the other weapon kind of cocked off to the side like this. And then he could be stepping forward with his right foot to kind of balance him out. Like he's coming at you, you know? Striker Eureka firing missiles pose. I do love that pose. I really do. Beat me in Naruto. Yeah, he could be running with his arms straight back. That's a great idea. Why do I ask for help? Why do I ever ask for help? Alright, let's see what Mosquito's got for me here. Oh, that's a real tactical pose. Yeah, so he's kind of lunging off to one. Oh, I like that. Let's do this one. I think Helpful Mosquito just made the suggestion for... Now, there's gonna be a Red Corsair pose, and that's gonna be the one for Gatorung. The Red Corsair, I'm gonna do the fucking... The Kenny the Ripper / Why can't I think of his name? Why can't I think of Yosemite Sam's name? That's his name. But I actually like this idea, so we're gonna do this. I kind of like how he's leaning back onto his right leg in this pose. And that's what what I'm looking for is I want the legs to be significantly different in each one. Set our pivot point. Alright, and this is going to be rotated outward a little bit like that. And then coming out like so. Move it in slightly. Let's just go with 0.5 millimeter, not a full millimeter. Let me see. If I was doing that, my thigh would be forward. That might be too much. More out. Maybe not more out. Just like that. Let's try that. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Dmitry Maximov Galahad the First. I assume the first, maybe the second. I'm not really sure. What's up, Dmitry? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Eternal, no, I'm not... I'm not really judging you, Eternal. It's a funny suggestion. I didn't think you seriously thought that I should put him into the Naruto pose. Let's just do this. This is a good pose. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a heart by wire. Wait, that's not the song. Not enough top hat. Yeah, put a fire hose right down here. This is the taking a piss pose. It's a classic, really. If you don't... And then I can claim that people who don't understand it are uncultured swine. Be like, you don't watch enough anime, you don't even understand the reference. Yeah, it's going to get tilted more forward to get the knee bend that I want, because I want it to be something like that. It's hard to tell when you're just posing one part at a time. Yeah, it'll be a nice deep bend. 5 months, Romeo Void. Thank you so much for that resub. How are you doing today, Romeo? Romeo. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? I want it to be under his pelvis. So I need to make some adjustments. Drop the angle a little bit, and the whole thing back. Tilt it out a bit more. Let's see, that's... the foot is out on this. Rotate the foot out like so. 15 degrees might be too much, let's find out. I think that works. See if we can't flatten it out, though. It's a pretty good solid plant. Crotch rockets. Crotch rockets. Who's got crotch rockets? That's Michigan J Frog. It doesn't have crotch rockets. Not what I was after, but this is too great not to share. I mean, I guess my favorite thing is how proud he looks of himself as he does this. Doesn't he? He looks very pleased with himself as he fires off his salvo of dick rockets. This was a joke in Orgasmo. Is it Sex Machine from Dusk Till Dawn? Oh my god. How did Tom Savini get into my anime? I mean, yes. If I had not only 6 dicks, but they all fired missiles. Oh, I keep covering up my own clips. Yeah. Okay. I'll put my clips on top of my reference because there's no reason that they shouldn't be there. Let's try that again with a different one. Okay, it works. I can stop moving it around now. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If we do a Crusader, it needs to do this with the leg launchers. Yeah, like have him doing like the what's that called? The like thigh chop, and then shooting SRMs from around the sides. It's the crotch. Is that really what it's called, Jungle Plague, or did you just make that up? I suspect you just made that up. Like, it's an accurate description, but I think that you're bullshitting me. Alright, this needs to be turned outward fairly significantly. Rotated up. The leg is almost completely straight. I don't want to make it too extreme because it does have to fit on a hex base. I think rotating it up slightly is still going to work. I want to make sure everything is still underneath the hips so that it's fairly balanced. Give this a slight twist in the knee, only to give myself some more wiggle room on the foot. Oh god! Excuse me so much. Oh no, oh no. Cross the arms for the bonus points. Well, if I'm doing this pose too, like with the legs like this, then he should be doing like the little, the Russian dance where he kicks his feet out under him. Why did I decide to do a posing stream when I knew that like all the suggestions were going to be asinine? This is my fault, fundamentally. You did suggest slob squats. It's true. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. It just means that you suggested it. That's precisely the opposite of reality, Jungle Plague. Precisely the opposite. Alright. Let's move our foot here. This to be flat with the ground. And I also want it to be turned outward. This is like a very specific subset of 80s style music here. But just half a degree. There we go. Move it down to like 0.01. 0.06. That's It's almost perfect. Alright. I like this kind of lunging position for the legs quite a lot. It looks like we're still lined up under the pelvis, so it should still be nice and stable. Ever listened to Gunship? Oh, Lasna, I have, and I know that Gunship made their whole catalog open to streamers. It's been something I keep meaning to look at. Suggested the RoboCop aim pose. Let me think, what's the RoboCop aim pose? Is that like the... What did he do? He had like the one hand up. Like this, right? The little... Is that what you're talking about, Rio? Like this? I think that's the one. I'm trying to think, how did he... Because, yeah, he always lifted that one arm up. That's not a bad idea. This is kind of similar. When the arms are done, Rio, it'll look better. RoboCop didn't have many poses because Peter Weller could barely move in that fucking costume. There it is. Yeah, that's when he's shooting the dude off the motorcycle right before the gas station explodes. So the main problem with that pose on this one, guys, the Battlemaster can't turn its head. It can't be done. He'll just look funny, like he's aiming off to the side like this. So you want him to be a little bit more forward-oriented with his torso. Now, on another mech that can turn its head, that would work. But the Battlemaster, it's something I learned when I was posing the Thunderbolt. There are certain things you can't do, because it looks weird. Like, as long as the head is oriented within 45 degrees of the firing angle, like, it looks okay. Free Range TV, how you doing today, man? Oh, that's a good one. That's the one... I can tell you what he's doing in every single pose, because this is the one where he's shooting a guy in the dick between a lady's legs. This... I love that movie. He shoots a guy, he shoots his dick clean off. And then she runs over to him going, thank you, and he says, Madam, you have suffered an emotional shock. I will notify a rape crisis center. I know that movie way too well. Fairly happy with the legs, so I'm going to leave them for now. We're going to work with the upper body and the arms. And to a degree, the waist piece, because I'm going to need a 2-point rotation on this. Get away with 15 degrees in the waist? Yeah, I think I can. Takes it slightly out in the back, but if I move it forward ever so slightly, and I mean like... Oof, it's still a little tight, isn't it? That'll do. That won't look strange. And now let's go ahead and rotate the upper body and the arms. Excuse me. Oh! It's the wrong axis. Just a little reconfiguration here, not too much. Can't get away with another 5 degrees. Yeah, that'll work. I'm going to give it the slightest forward tilt. Oh god. It's because my axis is way down here. It's too significant. 5 degrees should do it. All is lost. Hey, what's up, Riot's sister?
Hello there.
How are you doing today? Yawned one too many times. A great rest of the stream. Jungle Plague, thanks for being here, man. I look forward to seeing what you're able to do with these minis once we have them done. Alright, now let's get this weapon arm aimed. So I'm going to start up by pulling it up. I don't want to have them going straight out. Give it a bit of an angle here. Give it a little bit of inward rotation on the shoulder to make it look a little bit more natural. And then we're going to move our left arm, forearm, hand grip, hand weapon. Now, there's a way that I could do this so that both of these work, I think. So I'm not going to move... Well, I will move them here, but then I'll repose them. We're going to give it a little bit of a rotation to start with so that he's aiming his forearm guns. And then we'll give it some rotation in the elbow to level those out. It's pretty good. You don't want it perfectly flat. That's not natural. I say natural, it's a big robot. You know, what are you gonna do? Boxing up the house to move stuff for new flooring next week? I'm pooped. Well, I hope your bathroom's working in that case. Because it's poop. Oh, God. Oh, why do I even... I don't know. I don't know why I do anything. I think I might have him tilting his hand slightly downward for this one. And unsubscribe. Yeah, we never do potty jokes here. We're much more mature than that. So surprising. This is Riot's sister's surprised face. I think that's pretty good. Well, let's do our right arm. I want the shoulder to be... Oh, no, I have to actually confirm the pivot. There we go. Kind of up like so. And then back some. I guess the other way is what I'm really after here. This is my favorite type of synth right here. Just this nice kind of easy, flowing, environmental, atmospheric, that's a better word for it. It's not really environmental, what am I saying? That's a wildly inappropriate phrase. Wildly inappropriate. about this? How about this? Let's take a look. Oh, it's some plog art. Ooh, he's pointing. He's like, you, I'm gonna kick yo ass. You know what I might do? I think I'm gonna borrow the weapon posture from this one for the one that I'm doing right now. I like that. Because it's very similar to this one. It's a little less lungy, but I could drop the hand, or the arm, the left arm a little bit. Yeah, I think I'll do the arms kind of like that. So many Magic the Gathering cards, and so many cans of Silly String. That's how you know that you've lived a wonderful life up until now, Riot Sister. Because your past is mostly populated by Magic the Gathering cards and cans of Silly String. Forearm, hand grip, hand weapon. This is going to be a better position for this. The one from the plog art. Kind of like this. Let's make the hand weapon visible. And let's switch it to the PPC. Oh, it's the wrong axis. I have to confirm the movement. Oh no! And it's a little more oriented down. So let's go with our shoulder pivot. I wouldn't hate it if I could get his knee pad to just barely contact the weapon, because that's going to make the model overall much more stable. Oh god, come on. Why am I trying to do it from this angle? That's a terrible idea. Five degrees? Yeah, that's just barely contacting. And that's ideal because now we have a nice triangle. Well, it's not really a triangle, but we have multiple connection points for the arm, which means it's going to print nicer and be stronger. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Let's try a render of this and see what we like. See what we like, see what we don't like. Well, you know, Bad Gaming, there's going to be this version, and then you can also print this out with the original weapon. Both options will be available to you. Yeah, he's giving... it's kind of the fist bump. I want to take a Shadowhawk and have him give him a little, like, hey, here you go. Here you go, bro. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Oh, yeah, I'll have to adjust the double barrel ever so slightly, but that's easy to do. I'll do that before I save it. Let's adjust our lighting angle for some better contrast here. Well, a little more dramatic. Yeah. Yeah. I'll hold you to that, Riot Sister. If you like pointing would be better, well, we can try it. I feel like both should be options. I feel like both should be... Oh, God, you people with your demands. With your demands. I made a whole extra pose for the Thunderbolt last time so we could be flipping someone off. Roland, you can always make suggestions. I don't promise I'll listen. But you can make them. I'll make a duplicate of his hand and we'll see. Can I not copy-paste components? That's depressing. I don't want to break the link. I do have two hands here. What I can do... So I can give him a duplicate hand in the original file. Arm left. Hand. Copy-paste. Make independent. And point. You might have to repose it, but it's just a hand. It won't be hard to do. Might have a hand up here by his side. Yep, there it is. Let's do a quick point to point. From here to here. That is almost perfect. A slightly different angle, but that doesn't really matter. Take the original hand out of it. Have him flipping someone off. Yeah, at this point it seems like having at least one pose with him flipping the bird is absolutely necessary. I guess he could be doing that with this one. He could be... I'm gonna have his hand turned... I don't think about how to do that. I'll come up with a good pose that he can be flipping somebody off in at least one of them. But yeah, it does seem to be kind of obligatory at this point. At least one pose has to be flipping the bird, otherwise it's not really a 3D printed battle mech. Then it's just sparkling white fuck you. Never reach the center point that I want because of the way I built this hand. I've been using, like, literally, I built this hand for the Griffin, and I've been using the exact same one for every subsequent mech. I need to rebuild the hand completely because this hand sucks. It works well enough. When I do the trebuchet, we're gonna have a completely new hand. Opposed to the rifle dropped and doing a double bird salute. Oh, the memes, the memes! I need to lift the hand overall a little bit here and readjust the thumb slightly, bring it tighter in. Oh man, that angle's all fucked. Give it a rotation instead. Oh, I can't select two components for rotation? That's fucking lame. I'd like to select that axis. There we go. thumb in a little tighter so it's contacting. Ooh, that's maybe a bit much. And rotate it outward so it doesn't look quite so unnatural. Just mostly unnatural, not totally unnatural. Oh, that was extreme. Because it kind of wants to come more underneath the curled fingers, doesn't it? How about the Battlemaster doing the Team Rocket pose? Battlemaster's blasting off again! That's okay. That's not entirely bad. That doesn't look too unnatural. I will probably pull the thumb. It does look a little funny. I'm probably going to tuck it down more under the rest of the fingers so that it looks like a normal pointing hand. As long as it's contacting, it'll still print nice. As long as that knuckle's lined up with the rest of them. Now, what do we think about that? It is a command mech, after all, and if we've learned anything from years and years of tabletop wargaming, ladies and gentlemen, it is that commanders are always pointing at something. That's how you know they're the commander. Fucking Roland. Even better idea. Not oh, the knife edge. Oh my god. I hate you guys so much. Why do you make me want to do all these things? But yeah, he could be doing the knife edge hands. This is the dumbest idea. Oh, fuck. What would that be? And I'll be lined up real tight. It could be done. And you gotta angle the forearm up and then angle the wrist down for the proper knife edge hand. Have thrown up the horn. Let's just have him. Let's have a pose for literally every single expression in American Sign Language while we're at it, guys. I like the point. We'll probably have a few options for this pose. We'll have the point. We'll have the fist. We'll have the knife edge hand. Fuck. Okay. This is obscene. The rest of the pose, I think looks good though in the render. Aside from the minute changes to the hand, I like this pose overall. Why'd you have to go and fucking mention the knife edge hand, Roland? I wouldn't have thought of it, and it's a brilliant idea. Shit. Vergaderung, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that for the Red Corsair. For the dual PPC Red Corsair, we're gonna do the hip thrust and the guns pointed up. We're gonna do the Kenny the Ripper pose. Or for the classic Sergeant pose, yeah, with the point and the gun up like that. That's almost too much, though. Like, I like that pose, and I like the humanoid motions in the mechs, but that's the one point when I'm like, would in a mech, would you really bother to lift that whole heavy weapon all the way up here? It is real big. The thing that comes to mind with that pose is, you're next, motherfucker. And he's pointing guns at them, too. So, like, I like this because he's both pointing and aiming his arm weapons simultaneously. You can imagine he's pointing and firing simultaneously. So he's both pointing at you and you're receiving armor-piercing machine gun rounds. Ah, shit. Let's make another hand. Let's just make a few more hands so that we have options, I guess. That independent. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Yeah, I was figuring Vergaderung, like, I'm gonna have his legs kind of wide and a little bit of a squatted, like, horse pose. And then the PPCs, instead of being up like this, I'm thinking they'll be kind of down with the elbows tucked in and pointed off to kind of either side like this. And then the Red Corsair also has the center-mounted large laser, so it'll be like weapons pointed in all directions. How you doing today, Skull Fairy? It's good to see you. Oh, that's the wrong pose. I can update it, though, anyway. I should make these hands invisible by default. The standard 1GB too, just not just the Corsair. What is the difference? What does it have that is significantly different from the Corsair? Alright, let's get these hands moved up and into position. Well, you know what? I wouldn't be streaming this process if I wasn't looking for suggestions, so ultimately I have no one to blame but myself here. Let's give it the old point-to-point move like so. And tilt her up. That's pretty close. That is close enough to work with. Alright, let's do the fucking knife edge hand. I'm gonna have it slightly tilted so that the machine guns won't be able to aim past it like that. It's gonna be shooting into its own hand if I do. Well, I guess I could rotate the forearm for that pose. Yeah. Alright, so what I'm gonna do then is I'm going to save another version of this with the knife edge. rotate it at the elbow so that the guns are offset. Because the forearm is out for the knife edge hand. The other thing I can do is to elevate the whole assembly slightly, because you do want a downward angle for that one. Why do I let myself get talked into this crap? The proper knife edge hand has the forearm elevated and the wrist coming straight down. Fair dues. Fair dues, Sumitha. Yeah, Mosquito, we're giving it the knife edge hand. It is the commander mech. It's only appropriate. It's only appropriate. Part of the problem I'm going to run into is posing the thumb, because it's a really poor approximation of a human hand. We'll make it work, though. It doesn't really have to look that good at 6mm scale. Eventually you learn that many of these details, like... It won't look exactly like this when it's printed out anyway. It would in 8K. I mean, it would look pretty close, but even just at small scale, like... It's something that you learn when you're doing a lot of 3D design, is like, I can zoom in on this to the point where, like, this is 0.1 millimeters, this huge amount of space that I'm sweeping my mouse across. And even if you print this in 4K to 8K, like, it's... When it's in front of you, when the model is in your hand, it looks different. Even if it's precisely rendered by your printer. Part of my problem is going to be here that all my fingers are the same length, but I can adjust that. Might not look right. I want them to have a slight tilt to the fingers, not perfectly straight, so that the joints can still be somewhat differentiated. We're also going to expose the fact that the inside of the fingers have no texture on them, but, you know, oh well. Look, it's a meme. It's not going to be perfect. Drop the index finger back slightly. Same for the ring finger. Oh god, it's a horrible mutant. And then make the pinky significantly short. This is the only pose where this is even ever going to be noticeable. Stila Rebel, how are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Guys, if you're not following Stila Rebel and you enjoy miniature painting, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you following Stila Rebel? You really should be. How are things going, Steela? How's the oily fans treating you? Oh, for God's sake, Forgotarung. Oh, for God's sake. Alright, knife edge. Thumb is really kind of folded in along the rest of the hand. I am only a man, Forgotarung. This is the dumbest thing. This is the dumbest thing. Oh, that angle wasn't supposed to be there. Let's fix that. I don't know why this object got its axis all thrown off, so I'm just going to use one of the edges. And then realign it. What are we doing? What the fuck is this shit? It's Are you happy now, Roland? Does this make you happy? Steela, this is something that most people would not fully recognize unless they spent some time in the armed services. And if you have been in the armed forces, this is something that might give you mild PTSD. Very mild. This is a tactical military maneuver known as the knife edge hand. It is used for corrective action against unruly soldiers. Yeah, now he looks like he's commanding somebody. Over there, Private. Right there. Not a Steven Seagal body blade knife technique. Is that a reference to the fucking... What was that internet video? Where he throws himself at a guy and just slices him in half with his two-dimensional body. I can't remember the name of the video now. He throws the punch at the guy, and Steven Seagal catches it, and he just goes, "Oh, please don't break my arm," and then he does it anyway. Jeez, this is... Well, I think it's a decent approximation of the knife edge hand, anyway. Use the knife hand to indicate direction or to highlight, or to just jam up in somebody's face. Listen, motherfucker. You see it often from this angle right here. Well, this is gonna be in the files now. I'll never be able to undo this. Yep. I think that adjusting the length of the fingers on this particular pose is a good move, though. Because otherwise it looks unnatural, because all four of your fingers shouldn't be the same length. Like, it works for all the other poses, because you'd never see them all extended next to each other. But in this pose, if you don't adjust them, then it's going to look funny. I hate that I was talked into this. I mean, at least now it looks like there is a someone with experience in military command riding inside of this command mech. Oh, thank you so much for stopping in, Steelo Rebel. Go get yourself some coffee, for God's sake. Just waking up and going right on to Twitch? Holy crap. Happy birthday, Roland. This pose is for you. I think I got the angles just about. Like, you can go more extreme with a knife edge hand. Like, you can bring the elbow all the way up in the, like, almost to here. But I feel like just the slight elevation to the forearm gets the angle just right. Oh, I'll be waiting with bated breath, Steeler. I'll be counting the moments. Also, bring me some coffee. Pretty please. Alright, well, let's save the knife edge. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Oh, God. I did all that posing, and I didn't save the original version of it before I had the knife edge up, but that's okay. I can fix that. That's not a whole lot of work. It was just dumb of me. No, it's all right. Because I still have the pointing hand. The knife edge hand is a completely separate hand. So this is now saved as the knife edge. Let's bring the pointing hand back and adjust the forearm back down into it, and then I can save the original pose. Easy fix. I just didn't think of it when I was doing it before. Because I think all I did was rotate it at the elbow anyway. Like right there. Oh, maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more. Like 1 degree more. Oh yeah, we should definitely have the live long and prosper in there. Why not? Spoon and fork hands. Oh my God, you people! Is this really the sort of group that I have cultivated in this stream? What is wrong with me? So we'll have pointing hand and knife edge hand in this pose. This is the leadership pose. This is the command. Damn it, Roland. Also known as the pull my finger pose. If there's a fart joke to be made, somebody in this chat will make it, apparently. I'm gonna actually modify the position of his arm in both of these very slightly. Probably not by a full millimeter. Let's try half a millimeter. And that's just to pull his shoulder out from this little clip that it was doing here. No, don't save that as knife edge. Okay, save this as just pose C. Knife edge is a different file. All the bookcases are empty. And the boxes are full. And shit is ready to be moved, Riot Sister. I'm excited for all the remodeling that you're doing. I'm sure it's going to look amazing. So far, the kitchen looks just phenomenal. I mean, I was going to do that anyway, Sumitha. Like, yeah, the pelvic thrust was always going to happen. There's no version of these events where there isn't one of these that's thrusting his pelvis towards the viewer. That isn't thrusting his pelvis towards the viewer, I mean to say. I really like, I don't even want to do one that's flipping the bird at this point, because we've got the Thunderbolt flipping the bird, and I feel like the Battlemaster giving the knife edge is the functional equivalent of the meme. It's one that anyone who served will look at and go, like everybody else will have the Steal a Rebel reaction. They'll go, what's he doing? Is he trying to shake my hand? And they'll print something else. And anybody else will look at this and just go, oh my god. It's like I'm in training. Who gives the thumbs up? So far we don't have any thumbs up next. I could do a Shadowhawk that's like... A diorama with the Battlemaster pointing at the Thunderbolt and the Thunderbolt flipping off the Battlemaster in return. Why wait? Same level here. Somewhere in here is the Spider-Man pointing at himself meme. Just for you, Sumitha. This is why we need battle mechs with hands, is for shit like this. This is the whole reason. Not for picking things up, not for wielding melee weapons, but for pointing and flipping each other off. I think the thing that I like most about the Thunderbolt flipping the bird is that he's also aiming his main... Like, it's what I like best about both of these. The Battlemaster who's pointing is also aiming his secondary weapons on his arm. And the Thunderbolt who's flipping the bird is also aiming his main weapon at whatever it is that he's flipping off. I think that the large laser is going to do more damage than the twin machine guns. What you got? What you got, Elazna? Yeah, exactly. That's just what I was thinking. The Spider-Man pointing at himself. Yeah, I guess technically he'd be pointing an SRM-6, 4 medium lasers, and 2 machine guns. But then the Thunderbolt is pointing back an LRM-10, 3 medium lasers, and a large laser. Neither one of these mechs is going to be having a good time if somebody alpha strikes. We're also probably too close for that PPC to be any good. Or the LRMs. This is the one I'm gonna share after tonight, though. Like, this is what we did on our amazing stream as we came up with the Knife Edge Hand Battlemaster. You can never be too close for a PPC to the face. Fire a lightning bolt right into your guts. All right, we've got 3 good poses now. We've got 3 good poses for the Bigfoot, for the Battlemaster. We got this initial one, which is him stalking forward with the weapon, with his primary weapon held. Let's go ahead and refresh this guy. By the little side grip, which is always a feature I liked on the Dougram mechs. We've got the homage to the original Battlemaster plastic/metal pose, where we've gone ahead and added the foot tread since his heel is lifted. How you doing today, Crossbow Roof? Which, I like this one pretty well. It's a fairly standard, not terribly dynamic walking pose that I think will work decently. And then we have the slight rear lunge, secondary weapon aimed and pointing pose. We need one more. We might not be able to get through it tonight, but we need one more idea. Ideally something that is significantly different in the legs, because so far we've got slight lunge forward here. We've got walking, right leg forward. And then we've got rear lunge to the right. Kneeling? Ooh, that's a tall order. Crossbow Roof, these mechs, they can do anything in the cartoons, because it turns out two-dimensional artists are fucking cheaters who don't have to think about where anything actually goes. They just draw two-dimensional pieces of art, and they're like, and then the mech does a flip. And, it's really, really hard to do. Standing on a rock? What do we got from Drakari here? That's not bad. That's not bad. Kinda just an elevated main gun aiming pose. And it looks like he has a very, very slight lunge to the left. Very, very slight. Not terribly significant. I kinda like that. He can't turn his head, but if you angle his torso a little bit more, that could work. I think we'll start working on that in a second. I am gonna take a quick bio break. And we'll do a little bit more work and then we'll jump on into the storm report. I'm gonna go ahead and start this rendering for your viewing enjoyment. And I'll be right back. More dramatic lighting angle, maybe. By the way, Free Range TV, I don't think I thanked you for the follow. I don't know why. Yeah, there didn't pop up or I just didn't see it. Free Range, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. And we're back. Sorry for the delay, folks. Okay. What's going on? What you guys talking about? You talking about me? I hope it's all nice things. Oh, Lasna took off. Thank you so much for being here, man. You're probably gone by now, but thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for your input tonight, and hope to see you again soon. All right. I think we're just going to roll right into the storm report. 4 minutes of posing is not going to give me a lot of time to do anything on a new pose. So let's go ahead and save pose C here. Greetings from the assembly desk. How goes your big box o bullshit, Chaotic? Are we going to see some in the report? Oh god, excuse me. I hope we will, because we're going to go right on over into it right about now. Riot Sister, thank you so much for that shout out, guys. If you're not following Chaotic Harmony, what? Oh, that was unattractive.
Fingertips covered in super glue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Just sit here and drink beer all night and then burp into the microphone. Oh no. Everybody needs saving tonight. Yeah. Oh, it's one of those nights. It's one of those nights. Oh, God. Oh. It wasn't. No, that was a tiny little piece of one, Riot Sister. You don't want me to unleash the fury. I don't even want to unleash the fury. It's not like a fun process. Everyone loses when the fury is unleashed, folks. All right. Let's go ahead and shut this down for the moment. Let's see if I can't get these files processed. I can't promise I'm going to be able to post all of these to Thingiverse before I leave for my trip. So, yeah, it wasn't. I was going to say, it was not. Like, kind of, like, how dainty are your belches, Riot Sister, that you hear that and you go, ooh, oh my stars. He belches like a man. Boop. And blorp. And beebledy beep. Save that. Save pose B. Just saving files here. Save my runway work that I was doing. Come back to that later. Come on, Fusion. I believe in you. Oh, yeah, no, that's exactly what Riot Sister sounds like. Like, you think, oh, he was doing, like, a cute little voice. No, I do a fucking spot-on Riot Sister impression. I've actually been hired. You know, like, they'll do birthdays where they hire a bunch of celebrity impersonators to come pretend to be like Robert Downey Jr. and shit and hang out with their kid. They hire me for Riot Sister. Just remember the pop culture significance of Fat Tire beer. Like, they have a little story on their label about driving across Europe with a bike with a fat tire or something like that. I've never really given a shit. It's just tasty. It's just tasty. At the vaccination station right now, Mafik, is it your first or your second? Congratulations, man. Is it Harry Bosch's favorite beer? Seriously? I didn't know that. Then I wonder if Titus Welliver actually drinks it. We'll have something to talk about that way. If I ever encounter Titus Welliver, I'll be like, Titus, let's get a fat tire, bro. It's delicious. It's a delicious beer. It's a wonderful amber ale. It's produced right here in Colorado. I think in Fort Collins? New Belgium, Fort Collins, Colorado. Yeah. In Asheville, North Carolina. We're getting right into it right now, Mafik, as soon as I can get Fusion to do what I want it to do. Which is close. And it's not doing that right now. It's being kind of a pain in my ass. Fusion? Obey me. Hang on. Is doing this fun thing where it pulled up the save dialog box, but it's behind the main window, which is not helpful to me, believe it or not. So I can't click on it. Fuck you! Oh, Fusion, you so twitchy. Looks like we're giving you the old task manager treatment. Thankfully, everything important is saved. Ah, that's better. That's better. Alright, let me pull up my Discord and let's have a look at what folk have been posting to the Storm Reports.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor patent wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report.
I'm basically
Brought to
Harry
you
Bosch.
by viewers like you.
We have so much in common. So much in common. I haven't seen, like, I legitimately have not, I loved Bosch Season 1. Now that I know the show is, like, complete and there's a final season, I'll probably dig into the rest of it, because I think Titus Welliver is a great actor. Oh, up first from Mafik, the Grasshopper 4B, a prototype self-propelled gun was supposed to be in mass production by the start of February 1945, but never occurred, and as you can see on the tiny pic is the only prototype of it. The only prototype of it was made around 1943 to 1944. Carries the 105mm main gun, and the feature is it can easily remove its turret anytime to put on pillboxes or as an artillery piece. Oh, it's a funny little thing, isn't it? Yeah. A little guy. I'm digging the transition of the treads down from the shins into like these funny little tread boots that our tank waifus have. Got a 105mm gun here. We got a couple of Panzerfausts across the back. I appreciate you including the tank that it's based on in these, by the way, Mafik. It gives better reference for how the design elements translated into, you know, nonsensical anime form. What is this? Is that a tail with ammo wrapped around it? I can't quite make out what this piece on the back is. The show is complete, but there's a spin-off. What's the spin-off of Bosch? Is it called Bosk? Because I'd watch that show. The second that I saw Bosch, I thought to myself, there should be a show called Bosk. And it's just about Bosk. That would be fucking amazing. I would watch the hell out of that. We got the Mandalorian, but where is our Bosk? Auto loader magazine. Yeah, okay, that makes sense for this. I'm just wondering what it's attached to, the big orange portion. Like, as this could be an auto loader for like a rotary mag. I like the yellow and orange in particular. Oh, and we've got our two little view slits that have been relegated to bra duty. The thorax/ammo rack. Okay, all right. Just kind of coming off the back here. It's I see. It's the grasshopper. So we have some insectoid features. That makes more sense. Now I'm getting it. We got these little mandibles then up top, little, because it's a grasshopper. Like, this makes sense to me. It makes me a little uncomfortable. A woman with, I mean, it should make you already a little uncomfortable there being a woman merged with a tank, but with also insectoid parts. Oh yeah, but this is the first one that I can recall as far as the tank waifus that have had specifically insectoid parts rolling. Sphere, how are you doing today? Could we pretty please get a shout out for Sphere, a fantastic painter and even better Twitch streamer. Actually, are you a better painter or a better streamer? How can we possibly quantify this? Because you're an amazing painter. Missed the Storm Report entry time. Sphere, if you've got one ready to go, I'll allow you to get one in. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Mods, please allow Sphere to go ahead and post something. What noises do that make now? It's like a... That's my big bug sounds. You remember? We learned how to speak this language when we were playing Dead Space 3 Chaotic Harmony. Someone will enjoy it. Really nice work on this one, though. Oh, he did what I asked, and that's amazing. All the tank waifus that have been made so far, there are 19, if you count 2 lolly tanks, in one. Holy moly. I want to pull this up a little bit larger for myself. You all can do the same. I hope that this got posted over in the 2D Showcase channel as well. So many tanks that confuse me so much. It's an impressive body of work. Because they're all... I kill myself. God, I need a nap. Really nice work, Mafik. No, Riot Sister, no. Jokes aren't that bad. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can always try, Hethrir, that's fine. Hand is burned out, huh? Give yourself a break. You've been doing a lot of work lately, Mafik. A whole lot of work. This is an impressive catalog of something that I didn't know I wanted until suddenly it was right in front of me. But isn't that so true of so many things? Mafik, really, really nice work. Here we have from Walter's Workshop. Not my finest work, but it was nice to toy around with metallics again. Transmarine for the Fabulous Marines Trevor Project charity. I have not myself participated in this event this year, but I've seen a lot of entries for it. Really nice work on the gold armor in particular. Good shading on it. It's a little dulled down, which I kind of like. It gives it sort of a brushed appearance. And, of course, nice work working all of the various colors. I like the, I particularly like the heart. I'm not sure what this guy originally had in his hand at the end of the chain. It's 40k, so I'm going to assume it was a skull or something. You know, what was it? Yahtzee just made a comment in his review of Hired Gun, which I think is a poo-poo game. It's like whoever, like, in the 40k universe, get your apprenticeship in skull carving and you are set for life on any Imperial world. If you can carve skeletons and skulls, like, you're good, because literally every piece of equipment in 40k needs a skull carved into it. At some point we decided that was something that had to happen. It was a skeletal hand. That explains why the heart wound up a little bit long. I like it. What wound up on the banner? I can't see what all's on the banner. Take that back. Alpha Mosquito, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't like it. I played Hired Gun for like a half an hour and then I got my refund. And it's probably a fine game by itself in a vacuum. The problem, Helpful Mosquito, is that I play Doom 2016 and I play Titanfall 2. And all of the mechanics in Hired Gun are like trying to be Doom and trying to be Titanfall and not doing it as well. When I do executions, I'm used to them being smooth and clean, and when I do wall running, I'm used to it also being smooth and clean, and both of these mechanics in Hired Gun are janky and clunky. They're like, you go to execute somebody, and it's like them and you both snap violently into position and then kind of do it. That's probably true, Mosquito. And here's the thing I'll note. They can fix it with patches. And if they do, I'll give the game another shot. And I mean, huge improvement from Deathwing. That's condemnation by faint praise. that's not a huge. I'm just, you know, for my money, for those game mechanics, I'm just gonna play either Titanfall or Doom because they both do it better. Especially if you play Doom Eternal, yeah. Like, it's really obvious. You can see what it was they were trying to do, and they just didn't quite pull it off. Particularly not the wall running mechanics. I'm hoping Dark Tide is good because Dark Tide looks fucking awesome. I want to play the shit out of Dark Tide. I want to do a whole lot of... I don't like Doom Eternal. I'm trying... Guys, I want you to understand I'm making a real effort here, okay? I complain a lot. I complain about a lot of things. I feel like 60% of my content is me having some stupid problem with something. And being just like, I think it's dumb and you're dumb for liking it. I'm Thunderhead. I'm trying to do that less. But if you keep bringing up games like Doom Eternal, you're gonna get more of it, because I have a lot of problems with Doom Eternal. And if it was just like some game somebody made and it was called, you know, Killing Guys, and it was Doom Eternal, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, I don't play it. But Doom 2016 was really fucking good. And it did a lot of things that I really, really liked, and then Doom Eternal came out, and it backslid. It reintroduced features that were like, why would you, what? People complimented you for removing these features from the first game, and you put them into the second one. Like, did you not read your own fucking reviews? Of course, what the hell, what does it matter what I say? They made $1 bajillion off of the game, so we're gonna get Doom Eternal 2, Doom Forever, fucking whatever, and it's gonna be just more of the same because the world is a miserable pile of shit. Oh yeah, Walter painted a thing and it's amazing. Amid Evil and Dusk. I haven't played either of those, Nyarbet. A really, really good work, though. I really actually kind of like how simple the basing job you did on this is. Basing is something I've been going over a lot lately, and it can get so overcomplicated so easily and draw attention from the mini, but in this particular case, this is a great choice, Walter's Workshop, because for the purpose that this mini was done, you don't want anything to draw attention away from the paint job on the mini itself. The environment is not important. This is a lovely job. Simple, effective, particularly like the rainbow job on the Halo. Nicely done. Nicely done, Walter's Workshop. Air Flex working on a quick GM Nightseeker build only took 2.5 hours. Ooh, that's a nice looking little kit. They make these kits so easy to do. What you drinking here, buddy? It looks like it could be a Coke. But it might be a beer, and that requires me to ask. Oh, am I Poopy Head? Is that my title now? Oh, God. What's New World? Should I know what New World is? Done fucking enough of them. I hope they got it down to a bit of a science. Yeah, they've been doing it non-stop for like 30 years. Longer than that. They've been doing it non-stop for like 35 to 40 years now, these model kits. And so I'm going to be building one of these in the near future. I'm pointing at it. You can't see it, so I don't know why I'm pointing at it, but I am pointing at it. It's up there on a shelf. I have the new Abitate version of the Dougram combat armor model kit, the Shadowhawk, the Space Hawk, if you will. And we're going to be building that one on stream. I don't promise it's going to happen in July. It might happen late this year, but I've got it, and we're going to build it, and we're going to paint it. It's going to be a little bit of a departure from our usual scale. But I think it's going to be fun. It's a really, really nice kit. Nice build on this one, Airflex. Looking damn good. I do wonder what you're drinking, though. That's what I took away from it. Here we have from Carbonic Acid, finished up another lance, tried to do a lot of layered dry brushing instead of a heavy wash. Dry brushing opens up so many options, and I have got to say, I love what you've done with the weapon effects on the bases. The bases themselves are very simple, but the little explosions and the angled explosions add so much dynamic range to the figures overall. I really like Captain Stabs a lot over here with his jabby arm. And this, what's this guy called? It's I know the name of it. Judas Varnas did it. Judas Varnas. That's not how you pronounce his name. Help me out. It's a Thunder. I should really fucking remember that. I knew it was something like that, too. He did a really good job on this one. It's got some really fun curves in it. I like the way the thighs are built, and I particularly like the way that he addressed the helmet. It's got a very, like, gladiator-style head on it. Looks really fucking cool. Nice work on the spider, for that matter. I don't see a lot of spider poses that I like very much. But this is a nice paint job. This is sort of toxic green going on and little weapon effects. Damn good looking work, Carbonic Acid. Ooh, Sumatha. Ooh, oh, nicely done. I like how it's shooting its gun, but I particularly like it just lends so much motion to it. The fact that it's lunging forward into a run, and then you can see the impact that's coming in, and boom, and it's knocking dirt and rubble and whatnot backward, because you can see the direction it came in from. Lovely work. Lovely work. Let's take a closer look at this thunder. Oh, yeah. Simple, effective, not overdone, really accenting the strengths of the model and focusing on a little bit of time on using the little 3D printed effects. These are from, I believe, Deadly Print Studios. I have a number of their files myself, and they're pretty great. They're pretty great. You can buy whole packs of these files from Deadly Print Studios for like a couple of dollars, and you get like 10 to 15 different weapon effects, different sizes and shapes of explosion, laser beam, missiles, all kinds of stuff. I highly recommend them if you have a resin printer. I wouldn't recommend them for FDM, but if you have a resin printer, they're pretty fantastic because it does a lot for this model. Nicely done. His LBX is a keyhole design, has some cool venting on the back. Gonna make a sort of Battletech specific ones eventually someday. Oh, that's like most of my projects. I'm gonna do something eventually. Someday. Maybe, if you pay me. It's an awesome MMO with Dark Souls mechanics end of August, but ignore me, you're reviewing people's stuff. No, Helpful Mosquito. Fucking, dude. Helpful Mosquito, let me assure you, I have the capacity, the ability, and the willingness to completely fucking ignore chat if I want to. So unless you're actually violating the rules of chat, you can say anything you want. If you want to draw my attention to something, please try. Discover a new hobby. What? What the fuck? What? Like serial killing and organized crime. 100 most infamous criminals. Is it though? Is it, Stila? Is this unfortunate or is this beautiful? There's a great scene. Again, I asked earlier if anybody's watching Black Summer. I'd imagine most people aren't. It's some of the only zombie fiction to come along in a long time that I give a shit about. It's very focused. Like, it doesn't bother with... Okay, people will tell you, if you look up Black Summer, it'll be like, it's a spin-off of Z Nation. And if you've ever seen Z Nation, that may make you immediately start cringing and make your eyes roll so hard that you sprain your eye-rolling muscles. Because Z Nation was, and I apologize if you love it, it's a fun show, but it's fucking terrible. And it's really dumb. It's fun. Like, if the creator of Z Nation was in front of me right now and I said, your show is really fucking stupid, I feel like his response would be, yup, yep. Considering in the first episode there's like a zombie ninja baby that runs around inside a convenience store fighting with somebody, it's really fucking dumb. So, Black Summer is technically a spin-off of that, but it was like another creator wanted to make a much more serious show, and he took the money from Z Nation and was just like, let's make another show, let's just make something else. And I only mention this because in the first episode, which it's called Human Flow, it has this really good series of steady camera shots just following people who are like running through chaos. And there's one where this girl who, in the very beginning, she just runs into a house because they're trying to get away, find some safety, and they open the door, and there's a dude there with a shotgun, and like his whole family is on their knees with gags in their mouths, like, oh my god, help us! And this dude's just like, get the fuck out of my house! And you know, outside there's like zombies and shit. So they're just like, you know what, okay, whatever, and they shut the door and they keep running. It's this beautiful little moment that always makes me think, yes, in times of chaos, those of us who would not otherwise be serial killers, those of us who are right on the edge, this would happen a lot, I feel like. The big shelf of serial killing made me think of that scene. Maybe it's because I just watched that episode recently. It's a good show, you should watch it. It's not like a great, it has little weaknesses, but it's only 8 episodes in the first season, and I think it has it's one of the, like, I hate zombie fiction. I fucking hate The Walking Dead. I hate almost everything that everybody has done in the last 10 years that has anything to do with zombies. This is one of the first things that's come along that really treats it has a Max Brooks feel to it, where it treats the zombie infection as, it's just a backdrop. Like, it doesn't matter why it happened, it doesn't matter how it happened, it doesn't matter when it happened. It doesn't matter what the rules are, because none of you would know the rules being on the ground except the ones you could kind of figure out in the heat of the moment. It's just like, hey, how do you live? There's one great episode that's just, and I'll move on, I'm sorry. There's one great episode that's just one dude who's completely average, who has no combat abilities whatsoever, no survival abilities, your average American, and there's like one zombie chasing him. And it's the whole episode him trying to get away from it. It's also the only zombie show where human skulls aren't made of tissue paper, where you hit him in the head and you're like, oh, I actually have to get through into the brain, this is hard. It's great. It's great. It's real character-driven, real focused, real moment-by-moment stuff. And I think it deserves a watch. If this sounds intriguing to you at all, go on Netflix, look up Black Summer, check it out. Because I think it needs more views. It just got a season 2, and it took 2 years to get a season 2. Here we have from Ion Raptor. While I'm away on field work, we got to drop by James Madison's Montpellier, which is only a few miles away from our project area. Ooh. Well, that's pretty cool. It's always nice to get a little touch of history while you're doing some work. Lovely pictures. Little family cemetery there. I mean, what I Am Legend was? Omega Man? Yeah, it's like... So Omega Man is like this is more vignettes, like it has a bunch of characters and it jumps between them, and then it has crossover moments, like you'll see something crazy happen in the background of one character's scene, and then you get to another character's scene and we see that thing happening in the other people in the background of that. It's I really like it. It has a couple episodes that are kind of stupid, but most of them are really good. Look, Roland, we talked about this, okay? There are very good reasons that zombies don't happen in real life. Just like there are very good reasons that battle mechs don't happen in real life. But for the sake of fiction, sometimes we go, what if it did, though? It's more fun that way. That and the whole, and you say wouldn't last a month? The entirety of this takes place within, like, the first week of the outbreak, as far as I can tell. They don't really tell you. They don't really tell you. The book, yeah, you're talking about I Am Legend? I love that book by Richard Matheson. That's a great book. Yeah, I don't consider, like, the Omega Man is definitely based on I Am Legend. I think The Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price is probably the best film adaptation of I Am Legend. It's called The Last Man on Earth, right? Or was it called I Am Legend? The Vincent Price one, though, that was a better adaptation. Shaun of the Dead is legitimately one of the best zombie films ever made, Sumitho. Like, I don't even say that, I'm not saying that ironically. Shaun of the Dead is a fantastic film on top of being really funny. Lovely pictures, Ion Raptor, and thank you for sharing. Haven't seen the Vincent Price one? It's worth watching. It's closer to the original book. There's a deleted ending for the Will Smith one that didn't make it into the final cut that is a lot better. Like, the movie overall is still... But the ending is a whole lot better in the alternate one. It makes clear that the vampire zombies are intelligent, and he realizes that he has been killing sentient beings and comes to the understanding that, like, oh shit, I haven't really understood what's going on at all, which is closer to the book. It still doesn't really get there to the point where, like, the zombie vampires have civilization like they had in the book. Spoiler alert for a really, really old book by Richard Matheson, by the way. But, yeah, at the end of I Am Legend, it turns out that the zombie vampires are sentient and have been forming their own society, and that the last human on Earth who has been sneaking into their homes during the daytime when they're asleep and murdering them has been killing people's loved ones. And he has just replaced them as the vampire in mythos. He is the monster that comes when they sleep and murders their family, even though he thinks he's just trying to stay alive and doing away with monsters. It's a great book. It's really quite classic. Here we have from Cybran Knight, Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Metalcore Collectibles. There we go, 6 out of 6. Still gotta do some doubles of things, but this is enough for some shop picks. First up is the Mix and Max Special for when you can't decide what flavor of flak you want. Last but not least, the Periphery Special, when you want a big meal for cheap. Triple set of AC5s augmented by an LRM-15. That's fairly significant. 3 AC5s could do a decent amount of damage. And the LRM-15 really sets it as a pretty solid medium to long-range support tank. Yeah, the old mix and match Daka Daka Special up here. It's such a lovely looking little vehicle, and I love the fact that you made the rear deck replaceable so you can have things like these LRMs. And I know that this door is optional too, so you can have it open or closed. Wonderful done. Wonderful done. That's a good sentence. Wonderfully done. There's some grammar for you. Metalcore Collectibles does fantastic work, and guys, if you're ever curious about anything you see on here from MCC, you can always hit !Metalcore in chat to get a link over to his website and check out the whole catalog. Fire Smoke, you talking about this? This is a model. He designed this, he 3D printed this with all the different parts, and he sells these at Metalcore Collectibles. Wonderful Dunley! Exactly. There's nothing quite as relaxing as finally getting the storage in your bedroom to be a lot nicer. Not to mention have a nice photo booth at tabletop height, which means no more awkward posing to get things in and out of it. It's been a long week of overhauling, revamping, and rearranging various things, but one of the main projects I've been working on is steadily coming to a finalized state. That of extra kit storage. We've got Infinity, Conquest, Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer 40k, various scale models, as well as real grade and master grade gunplay kits. Plus, of course, things like my camera tracker and my infrared pocket camera. Oh, and apparently a playful frowny face built into one of the cubes because why the hell not? AKA, what's concealed by it is too hot for Twitch. Why aren't the lights properly set up for the tent? This fox is waiting on the new power strip, with a much longer cord to come in. So has to use the spare rack mount surge protector he had lying around. Oh, there's boobies back here. Now we know. Rawr, 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 rawr. I mean, to be fair, it's an adorable face. I could see just putting that on anyway. It's a lot of kits. That's a lot of plastic. But it looks like you're making good and efficient use of the space. And I have to say, I do like some good, efficient storage. Nicely done, White Wolf. Remember that question about it being a drawing? Wait, what? About this being a drawing? It's not a drawing. It's a painted miniature. Too hot for Twitch is the best kind. Too hot for Twitch is any kind of hot at all, Steelo Rebel. You've learned this lesson. Too hot for Twitch is like, that butt is a little too arousing. Let's go ahead and ping that streamer. Not human, but I'm talking about models. I'm not saying flash your butt on Twitch, guys. Though, you know, if you got a kiddie pool, apparently that's a legitimate way forward.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't show them to God. Don't show me your genitals. Here we have from Kursala. Tiny Hands found some cheese-filled pretzel nuggets in the freezer, so we thought it would be fun to make kebabs. It's an interesting way to start a story. Was she just searching through the freezer one day? Just kind of hunting? I turned the air conditioning on, Walter. We're fixing that. Cheese-filled pretzel nuggets. What am I having for dinner tonight? Ah, fuck. I forgot to clean the grill earlier. Ah, damn it. Oh, we did some basting on it last night, and I forgot to clean it today. Oh, it's going to be a pain in the ass tomorrow. Oh, well. Oh, well. We've only done it once. It won't be that bad. Why you gotta do this to me, Kursala? Why you gotta make me all hungry like that? I feel like this is a good idea for these, though, because little nuggets like this with cheese in them, they almost always burst somewhere and ooze out, and I feel like kebabbing them would actually allow a little bit of cheese vent to prevent the bursting from happening. I don't know if that theory holds water, or in this case holds cheese, but I'd be interested to know. Before entry. Oh, this is the before entry. That's right. I asked you folk if you care to, and this is going to be Chaotix. You have one extra entry for tonight's Storm Report. We're doing before and afters because we're going to be back July 4th. So if you've got something that you want to work on for that week or so, please go ahead and show me your before, and we'll take a look at the after when we get back. Thanks for getting that shout out to Walter's Workshop, by the way. I think I already pitched him a little bit there, but I mean, there's no harm in reminding people. If you haven't followed Walter's Workshop already, you should really get over there and get it done. LGS has the release happening on the 4th, so I have 10 days to assemble, prime, and paint 60 minis. I believe in myself. I mean, you should believe in yourself, Chaotic Harmony. You are an endless font of talent, skill, diligence, hard work, masculinity, testosterone, flatulence, and class. I think all of these create a pretty complete picture. There's a little bit of whooshing in there. There's a little bit of whooshing, and I won't hold it against you that you play an archer in chivalry. Like, you know, we all have our foibles. We're all kind of unique like that. I'll probably stream painting these because it's a lot of stuff, and streaming will force me to work on them. You have just nailed exactly why I started streaming in the first place, and I'm going to try to remind myself of that next month, and I can totally cash in on that new product hype. Age of Sigmar Dominion. It is the time of turmoil. This is the era of war. This is the age of Sigmar. And then there's Captain Thundercock over here. Ooh. I'm not going to be able to watch the streams, Chaotic. I'll have to check out the VODs, man. But I'm looking forward to seeing what you get done in 10 days. I forgive him for the archer part, Rio. I forgive him for the archer part. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Honestly, with the silver washed, I don't think I really need or want to go much further than this. Silver airbrush, black paint, and olive green. The wash the silver down looks really nice on its own. For a tabletop rush army, I think it looks solid. Maybe figure out some blue glow for plasma weapons. Oh, and add the basing paste, of course. I'm not an animal. Honestly, it does look pretty good. There's nothing wrong with that. I might go a little bit heavier on it. Like, you could afford to go a little bit heavier with the black wash, but you're not wrong. Particularly since you're painting a grow league, and you're just looking to get some painted between each one. That looks fucking fine. Looks really nice, Lord Friendly. Want to do a 1 week painting challenge or something like that? Yeah, we gotta figure something out. Stila. I want to do some more projects with people in July. Because I've talked with a number of people about doing some projects. Bella Noct wants to do a partner... Well, okay, what she wants to do is torrid and terrible. I don't think she's here. What Bella wants to do is have both of us stream doing 3D design at the same time and be actively drinking hard alcohol while we do it. I don't know what the goal of this is exactly. She just wants to do it, and maybe we'll do it. We'll have a drunken sculpting stream and see what the fuck comes out of it. I'm not promising anything on that front, but Stila and I would very much like to do something together on stream as part of a multi-stream. We haven't exactly decided what yet, but Stila, let's talk about that as July gets going, because I'd like to do it inside of that month. There's so many incredibly talented people, so many talented streamers, so many talented painters, so many talented sculptors that I want so much to collaborate with. They've just gotta kick me in the ass and actually make me do it. New Stormcast models look so good in person. I haven't even seen. I don't follow any of the news. I don't follow any of the Games Workshop news. I'll be completely surprised by whatever Chaotic Harmony presents. It'll be great. Really though, Lore Friendly, that's nice work. And yeah, no, keep going. Keep going the direction you're doing. We can have a chat and pot our plan of evil. Are we gonna cook something? In a pot? That's exciting. Wait, are we gonna smoke pot? I mean, I'm down with either one. We can smoke pot and cook something in a pot. This sounds like a fantastic stream. We've nailed it. Here we have from Hethrir, a Spire's Abomination. From Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. I like the lensing that you've done on the big crazy bug eyes. It actually does a lot to help them not look like a butt to me. Because they look like a butt when they're not painted. And, I dig this. Hethrir has done a fucking great job in a very short period of time on all of his Conquest models. And this is a great point of shame for me. Because I've painted like 10 models total from my 100 Kingdoms force. Like, I've gotten them all built, I've gotten them all primed, I've made custom heads for a bunch of them, I built and printed a bunch of bases for them. Like, I made an entire, these are my bases that he's using. This down here, this magnetized, detailed, sculpted base. These are the ones that I made. And I didn't finish painting my 100 Kingdoms, so it's gonna be the primed 100 Kingdoms versus the really, your eyes don't look like a butt. Highest compliment. Your eyes don't look like a butt at all. So yeah, the forces, the primed forces of the 100 Kingdoms are gonna attempt to take down this hideous ant monster here in the coming week, and I'll be sure to get some pictures for you fine folks, because we're gonna be playing some Conquest, we're gonna be playing some Warcaster, a few other things. It's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be a nice relaxing time. I really need some time away from this place, and I need some time rolling some dice and just drinking some beer with some friends, and that's what we're gonna do. You may not like it, but with this is what peak performance looks like. Walter, how's your abomination coming, man? You got one of the most unique poses that I've seen. I'll be very curious to see when you get some paint slapped down on that bad boy. Shame. I've been thinking about doing something. Ponder this and give me your thoughts on the Discord. So, I'm going to start logging my hobby time in a more organized fashion. And I'm thinking about making this into a thing on the Discord that we can all participate in. Now, the goal of this is in no way to make you self-conscious about your hobby time. It is simply information for you to use. So what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to have a channel called Hobby Logging, which is just the worst name. We can call it the Hoblog. That's even less appetizing. And it's just you personally noting, like, okay, I sat down and I painted for 15 minutes. I sat down and I built models for 30 minutes. Anytime you do anything, logging it. Now, if you want to post your results, if you want to be like, I'm fucking proud, I spent 12 hours in the last 2 days painting models. Which, depending contextually, that could be either really, really awesome or a little bit sad. You can post it. You can be like, hey, you know what? I charted my hours and I did this much and it feels awesome. Then that's great. But there is at no point a requirement to post your time. I don't want this to turn into like, I only did an hour and I have to tell everybody about it. This is for you, unless you want to share it. But I think we're going to start doing this in July because I need it to start getting more of a grasp for how much time I'm spending on each aspect of my hobby. So do you think it's a good idea? Do you think this is something that would help you? Is this something that you would participate in? Please let me know on the Discord. Ponder it. Maybe we could do something with it. Maybe we could... I don't want to do, like, prizes or something like that, because I don't want it to become a competition on any level. I don't want it to become stressful. I don't want it to become competitive. I don't want it to become something that you dread or something that fills you with shame. I just want it to be something to kind of help you stay motivated and to for those of us who are only able to sometimes paint for 15 minutes a day, I want you to get to the end of the week maybe feeling like I haven't painted much this week, I should have painted more, and then look at your log and go, I painted for a few hours. That's something. That's time that I spent. And be able to line it all up at the end of the month and go, you know what? I did a good amount of painting this month, and I feel good about it. Need some paints, though? You know, Fire Smoke, why don't you have any paints? We have some paints as part of our Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints program. That, if you're out of paints, if you're just getting back into the hobby, if you're getting into the hobby for the first time, we might be able to help you out. Definitely check out the Discord. It should be a competition with your previous self. I agree, Drakari. This is the only competition we should be having. The only person you should be trying to beat in miniature painting or construction is you from the last time. Hobby Forecast? I don't mind that. We'll workshop the name a little bit because my current name sucks. But you know, that's what we said about the Storm Report. That's what I said about the Storm Report. I fucking hate the name Storm Report, and I said like, oh, we're gonna call it the Storm Report for now, and we'll come up with a better name. And have we? It's been a year and a half, and this is what it's called now. It has its own graphic, for fuck's sake. Like, I don't think I can change it now. Rolling Thunder. Ooh, I don't hate that. Just order some from Games Workshop. All right. Fire Smoke. I would recommend paints from almost anyone other than Games Workshop. I'm not gonna say that you made a bad purchase because you didn't. That's not what I'm saying. They're good paints that you ordered. They're good paints. Consider getting some pipettes and some dropper bottles and moving them from the pots into dropper bottles because you will hate them less if you put them into dropper bottles. Just consider that. The paints are good. It's the pots that are really quite annoying, and I think they'll probably annoy you too. Let's take a look at what Data Nerd has here. New additions to our house, 4 Ancona ducklings. They'll stay in the brooder until about 2 months old and have feathers. Oh no! Oh no, they're... Oh, fuzzy ducklings. Oh my god. Oh, how could I be so remiss? Rainy River Designs, run by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd, make some fantastic acrylic paints that are also good for newbies. And Fire Smoke, if you're ever interested in picking some of those up, they've been doing a lot more, sort of compilation sets of paints. You can hit !Rainy River right here in chat and get a link over to their site where you can take a look at the paints available from them. I highly recommend Rainy River Designs. I'm gonna do some acrylic painting. I've been just like fucking around with oils lately and not even doing that much of it. They are currently peeping themselves to sleep. Oh no! Oh, you're adorable. Look at them. Do you have like a little pool? Some standing water for them to float around in when they get older, Data Nerd? Because I am gonna want to follow the development of these adorable. Look, they got little spots on them. They got little spots on them. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna need updates. We're gonna need updates, Data Nerd. Here we have also from Cyber Knight Metalcore Collectibles. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Was hoping to get the Fusillade on the site before the stream, but looking like not till after work now. Well, it's good to have goals even if we breeze right by them sometime. You've got ducks, Henotic Mom? We've been thinking about ducks. We've thought about ducks a few times. We've been getting our facilities together for chickens through the spring. And, we'll see. We'll see what we wind up doing. There's so much shit to do out here still. We're still just kind of ramping up to the point where we can support some more animals on the place. The most gorgeous of ducks. Oh my. And yeah, for those of you who might have been wondering, like, how modular are they? I mean, yeah, this modular. And this psychopath magnetizes everything too. So like you can pop these off and pop these on, and you can buy weapon kits for these. So you can buy one figure, build it, paint it, and then be able to swap the weapons on the fly with magnets. It's amazing. Guys, if you haven't checked out Metalcore Collectibles, go do it. Even if you're not going to buy anything, even if you're definitely not going to buy anything, do yourself a favor just to expand your knowledge of 6mm sci-fi figures out there. If you're interested in Battletech or any of the other games in its range, hit !Metalcore in chat and just go browse the site. He has some amazing work, not just tanks but battle mechs, and really, really cool ones. His bridging vehicle is still the coolest one that I've seen. Just killed the rooster for attacking the little ones. Yeah, the roosters are assholes. Like, real dickheads. They're just, a combination of stupid and aggressive that nature has made them. And I'm sorry that you had to do that, Henotic Mom. I saw this one earlier that you posted for Gadarung, and this is pretty exciting. This is your entry project for the next week, so this is for Gadarung's before. Got all the bits I need to make the custom Breacher squad, and looks like you get them primed in silver. This is really nice. How did you get this many ambots? How much are they going for now? I love, by the way, the use of the varied bases. I recognize this one. This is one of the oldest sculpted bases the Games Workshop has had available. I've made I don't know how many dreadnoughts on this base. It's amazing how well the ambot fits. 35 for 2? That's not as bad as I figured it might be. I love the replacement of the right arm with the big arc rifle, the cyborg head going in place of the big robotic bug head. Like, this is a really cool conversion. The addition of the Crux Mechanicus to the chest, the use of the claws for the other hand, like... I have continued to resist doing 40k on stream, and you guys keep making me want to for individual moments. But like, I want to get back into 40k, these models are so cool! Let me paint my conquest shit first. Admech are without a doubt my favorite models in the range right now. Admech followed by Genestealer Cultists. The problem too for me is that I actually have a shitload of Genestealer Cultists and Admech in my closet right now. And I've just been avoiding like building or painting them. You'd love to get the chance to paint some 40k stuff too? Steal it, take mine. I'll fucking send it to you. Shipping to Japan might be a little bit much, but I'm looking to get rid of some of it at some point. I've got a bunch of chaos too that I'm like... Nod Imperial Guard. So this is something... Oh, Roland, you just hit on a thought that I've been having lately. Which might have something to do with Nod Infantry, because right now I need a human soldier, mostly hard surface with some cloth parts sculpting project just to practice on. And I've been wondering what I want to do with that. And the Brotherhood of Nod has... Yes, Hethrir. Yes, you do. You very much do. You're going to be receiving the benefits of my experimentation with oils. I hope. I hope that's going to turn out well. But as far as modeling goes, I have been strongly considering some Brotherhood of Nod. I don't know. We're gonna have a bit of a palaver and a bit of a reassessment once we get back in July to sort of roll forward into a productive painting summer. We're gonna take a look at your after pictures from these projects, and I'm gonna kind of lay out my projects, and we're gonna have a good summer, guys. We're gonna have a good summer. Nod Gene Stealer Cult? Oh god. Oh god. Square finished his War Crow. Yeah, I think that's better with a little bit of darkness in there. It's a little bit of a desaturated green, but that actually kind of works for the glow effect you've got going on. I continue to love this, like, a completely honest assessment to Square. This could be improved with, like, there are things you could do to improve this. That is not to say it does not look amazing, because you've done the hard part, the color choices and seeing where the glare and the shadows should go. Absolutely the hard part. The rest of this is procedural and practice. Because so many people don't even get to the part where they can see where the colors should go. And I love this kind of sunset orange to deep dark, like umber shadow that you've gone with here. This is beautiful. And I continue to love the camo job that you did on this guy. There's room for improvement. There's almost always room for improvement, though. And if you'd like some advice to Square, I am happy to give it. Because it's just like a little bit more blending on this and it would be so smooth. Like, this is really, really effective. And it's just like this little push you could give it would make it just, oh, just amazing. Just amazing. Lovely work to Square. You got 2 more crows? Alright. Alright. I believe that you can do better on the next one, and I want to see it. I want to see it to Square. We best be getting that posted in here. Here we have from Kursala. Not sure if I'll be here to see it, but I wanted to show off my wobbly Frankenmech. It's the... I'm trying to find a way to do a portmanteau of Kursala and Orion, and I'm just failing. Kursala Orion, it doesn't really work. I do like the modifications that we made to this one. The shoulder-mounted LRM certainly makes a shitload more sense, and I am digging the cicada head as far as this goes. Kirion, that can work. Kursiyan. Really nice kid bashing work though on this Franken Orion. Lovely work, Kursala. I feel like we're gonna get a number of these painted, and I'm curious to see if we get any painted by Data Nerd or Tiny Hands. Lovely work, Kursala. Thank you for sharing that with us today. Oh, here we got a before from Roland. Ooh, that's a big boy. I guess it's not that big. This is an inch. Still, this is a fairly large tank there. Which kit is this? This looks familiar. I can't quite place it, but it looks familiar. I really like the way that the barrel is constructed. It's so blocky. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, is this Heavy Gear Blitz? This looks like the right scale for Heavy Gear, but I don't know the different tanks well enough to call it out. So this is the Northern Aller main battle tank for Heavy Gear Blitz. Okay, alright. What are your goals for it, Roland? What are you going to try to do with this one? This is Roland's before, so July 4th, we're going to see the after. And again, I want you all to understand, when I pose these painting challenges, anytime that we're trying to sort of build up some momentum for something like this, under no circumstances should you ever feel like if you don't meet your painting goal that you shouldn't share, or that you should feel like, oh, I didn't do my thing. That is not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is motivation. Because let me just remind you, if you don't get the project done in the time limit, you know what happens? You know what negative consequence there is? nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Converted to a naval support auler. I'm looking forward to... Okay. Gonna do some conversion and slap some paint on it. Roland, I'm looking forward to seeing that, man. Here we have from Gus Schultz. Look what I happen to have. A customer/friend printed and gave me one. The left arm is split, but it's an easy fix. Whose is this one? Is this Sea Daddy's? I feel like this might be Sea Daddy's Marauder. I think it is. He did a lot of really good work with these classic designs before, I don't know why he stopped working like last year, but I haven't seen anything out of Sea Daddy in a while. A tank designed to hunt and kill land ships. We're gonna be working on a land ship here pretty soon, Roland. I've got some ideas for one, I've got some sketches for one. It's not gonna be anything that's canon because I had to shrink it down to about the size of a Coast Guard cutter. But I've got some ideas for land ships. Specifically, I want to make one that's been broken into about 4 pieces for use as terrain you can scatter across a field, because otherwise it's just kind of big and blocking. He gave it to me and I don't know who it was. I think that this is a Sea Daddy design, Gus Schultz. I'm pretty sure this is. It's a lovely looking Marauder. Gus, I cannot wait to see what you do with it. I want, Gus, I want to put some of my mechs in your hands. I don't want to be like, you have to paint something that I made. That's not what I'm saying. But let me put it this way, Gus. If you are ever interested in painting any of the classic mechs that I put together, please let me know, and I will see what I can do to put them in your hands. How about that? I think that's a good way to move forward. Very skinny. Yeah, the Marauder is, and I mean, this is one of the funniest mechs in BattleTech, because if you watched Macross, it's not what you think it is. These mechs were piloted by dudes that were like 30 to 40 feet tall, so they sit inside the cockpit here, filling up most of it, as opposed to, I saw somebody the other day on, I think I mentioned this actually earlier this stream, somebody like, where's the cockpit in the Marauder supposed to be? And people were like, oh, it's down here, oh, it's up here, and I'm like, or somebody posted like, oh, it's this whole damn thing, because you need to be 30 feet tall to pilot it. Here from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. Well, the Fusillade is soon to have its own art proper, presenting today the BC-1 variant of the Fusillade Flak Tank. A combination of twin LB-5X autocannons and twin standard autocannon 5s with anti-air radar and proprietary targeting systems. This is one of 2 variants that will still have its own art in the project. Even more DACA to come in the second one. Matt Plog doing what Matt Plog does. And while this is just the sketch based directly on a render of the design, it already looks good. Genuinely excited to see it with the livery. Oh, yeah. The introduction of some peoples helps with the scale, too. Is this a child or is this a mutant? A giant person. I feel like this is a normal-sized human being right here, isn't it? Also, look at them cheeks. Ooh, look at them. This is why you never skip leg day. You gotta get those leg lifts in there. Get that nice bubble, you know? Know what I'm saying? I may not love the faces that Matt does, but oh man, can he draw an ass, apparently. This is lovely work that he did. Oh, I love all the extra, just the teeny little details that he adds to sell the scale and the shape of it. Matt is an incredibly talented artist. Lovely work. Here we have from Skull Fairy. The storm we had over here dissipated during the stream. When I saw sunlight, I ran outside to look for a rainbow, and there it was, like the sky is smiling at you. Oh. I think it was raining while I was in here. Butterbutt. God, that's a great. That's a fantastic emote. Elemental, yeah, that seems like an elemental size person. Like maybe that was the intention. Lovely picture, Skull Fairy, and thank you for sharing. Yeah, it's been storming over here, too. The storms over here have been weird, because they're these fast-moving, super heavy storms, like, you know, cloud bursts. So we had, like, vertical cats and dogs, just like someone pouring a glass of water on your head style rain for, like, 5 minutes, and then nothing. And then it happens again, like a half hour later. That's been our experience today. Chaotic Harmony assembled a Stormcast. Oh god, help me. This is gonna be rough. I'm liking these new sculpts with all the spears. Oh my god, their dynamic bases are getting crazier with each iteration, with the staircase that he's climbing over here. Big pair of Angel's Wings going on. The good news is that the Angel's Wings will be a really kind of prime target for you to experiment with some dry brushing. Looks like we've got some big Terminator-style Stormcast Eternals. I say Terminator style because, let's face it, Stormcast Eternals are just Space Marines, but in fantasy. That's all they've ever been. That's what they still are. I like the round shields. I like the little griffin dog that we have over here. It's kind of covered up by chat. I'm sorry about that. That's a damn good-looking set, Chaotic, and I cannot wait to see what you have done with them by the 4th. What do we got? Oh, with the puppers. Which Christmas is this, Roland? Seems like it was probably some time ago. And what did you get? Was it something good? I hope it was. 2002. What was I doing in 2002? In 2002, I would have been playing Pokemon cards? I would have been playing Pokemon cards around this time. Like, you took this picture and I was someplace trading Pokemon cards with somebody. Just released from the hospital and the Air Force. Fresh civilianness. You can just smell it on them. I would have joined... I would have joined 4 years later, is when I would have gone in. Yes, I was playing Pokemon cards late into my teens, okay? Judging me. Complications from thyroid disease. Well, I am glad that it worked out for the best. And you look happy to be home, and this little fella looks happy to see you. A lovely homecoming. And thank you for sharing that with us today, Roland. I love seeing someone who is freshly civilianed. There's just there's a certain pep in their step. You know what I mean? What's wrong with collecting them all? All? How many, Fire Smoke? Collecting all 150. All 150 Pokemon, because that's how many there are. Get off my lawn. God damn it. White Wolf posted without context because why not? Is that Walter? Walter's Workshop. Is that you, buddy? 151. Okay, all right. We'll count Mew. We'll count Mew. A rare image of Walter's Workshop having a nice sit down and a little newspaper read on the bench. Started installing colored Pokemon manholes in various parts of Japan. That entire country is a meme, Stila, and I think, like, living there, you probably would... You can tell us more than anybody else. Like, it is, isn't it? It's just like one big meme. And maybe 50% marketing opportunity. Oh yeah, it's definitely him. Oh, is it a beaver? I can't... Oh, okay, I guess it kind of is. He's in disguise. Because he's not, he's not down under, and it would be inappropriate to go full platypi. Ooh, we got another gear here from Roland. Eventually, I'm going to be able to tell one from the other. Is this a hunter? It looks like a hunter, because I've built a few of these guys. If it's not a hunter, it's a small gear in its range. Started raining again with thunder. I'm jealous, Skull Fairy. I wish it would start again here. Send me some of your thunder. Local sculpture called Beaver Reading Newspaper. Well, that is certainly on the nose, isn't it? Given the slave driver work culture that Japan has, it's not surprised they look for any way to have fun that they can. Those little special bits of joy to prevent you from making use of the anti-suicide nets on top of your building. Hunter with a headhunter upgrade. Okay, that explains the top. I like the look of the stripped down hunters. Do they have models for those, Roland? I've seen a few of them, but I couldn't find them for sale. I like the idea of the stripped down hunter, though. Nice build. And he's hanging out on the back of a thing that I don't recognize. And then we got the Aller back here in the background. They do? I need to find them. Are they only in metal, maybe? That seems possible. Here we have from White Wolf. Had a feeling it was compact point and shoot, but for those wondering what that whole full spectrum bit is, it is a modified camera where the stock UV/IR filter has been removed and replaced with high-quality glass, so can't wait to get out and about with it. Have a 590 nanometer, 720 nanometer, and IR chrome replaces the Kodak Aerochrome filters. Oh yeah, and an H Ultra UV/IR one, but that's 67 due to needing that size lens I'm using with my G85. Oh, it's just a little fella, isn't it? I appreciate the 28mm model for scale. H alpha? Oh, sorry. Reading is hard. I don't know why I said ultra. You know what? I saw UV and my brain was like ultraviolet, so I filled in ultra. This is a tiny little thing. A lot of entertainment for adults is very innocent and childlike, yes, and then a lot of it is like straight up cannot unsee type shit. Oh, Japan, you poisoned the internet early on. Well, damn. I'll be very interested to see what kind of shots you can get with this White Wolf. Speed for reading a newspaper, clearly. Oh, and here we have from Sumith, a random acquisition came in yesterday, ordered in February. While the other figure that I ordered with it didn't show up and I'm waiting for information as to why, this might be a bit of a blast from the past for some who used to watch Beast Wars Transformers back in the day. A couple of the old G1 Transformers characters made appearances in the show, most notably was Ravage. Until now, there had not really been a truly faithful figure representative of his appearance in that show, but now, well, leave it to a third-party Chinese company to do it. Great figure, plenty of heft, a lot of metal, great paint applications. Just wish I'd gotten the photos under better light, but oh well. Great articulation, though it does have the concession that he doesn't transform into a cassette tape. Well, why? What is a Ravage that doesn't turn into a cassette tape? How is he gonna chill with his boy Rumble inside of the chest of Soundwave? Why am I even alive? There was a little Easter egg of a tiny cassette tape that actually came stuck to one of the hands in the box. That was a nice touch. Ooh, yeah, Beast Wars Ravage. I didn't watch Beast Wars Transformers. Like, it was totally on when I was a kid, and it was marketed directly to me, and what was I watching at the time? When Beast Wars was on, I think I was really into Power Rangers, and I just wasn't doing Transformers anymore. I know, like, everybody says Beast Wars was amazing. I feel like I should go back and watch it. People liked it so much. Wanted to get into infrared photography for a while, so figured why the hell not finally get it? Hell yeah, there's no time like the present. Oh, is that the stripped down hunter? I must have been looking in the wrong place. Yeah, I got a little 2-pack. Yep, that's it alright. And a little metal figure. I wonder what their plans are for plastic. I'm sure that they've announced what they're working on, because their upgrade to plastic sprues was fairly recent, was it not? And they've lost a little bit of the posability from the metal figures, but I think it's a really good change. A nice figure overall, though, Sumitha. Oh, we got a little bit more approved entries from Sphere. Sphere is one of those painters who makes me feel, I don't want to say he makes me feel self-conscious. When I was less mentally healthy about my painting, I think that a painter like Sphere would have made me feel very self-conscious about my own work. But with the advent of Twitch, obviously not the advent of Twitch, with with me starting to stream on Twitch, with, I think, the improvement of how I think about my own work, with the addition of this amazing community and meeting fantastic painters and streamers like Sphere and getting to watch his process, getting to see how he does it, paint jobs like this feel so much more accessible. And yeah, it's a great way to see, not just like, because if you just go and look at professional painters posting to Instagram, you could really quickly be like, why am I even doing this? This guy's amazing. And you lose that context. You lose that growth. You lose that, where was he 6 months ago? And this is an amazing amount of growth, Sphere. I love the color choices that you've made in here. And really very simple and effective volumetric lighting effects, I think. I really, really like the kind of dirty white that we have on this. There's a name for this type of shield, and I can't remember what it is right now, so I'm just not going to say it. I would love, you know what I'd love, Sphere? If you wouldn't mind posting it maybe to showcase? Oh, never mind. The second picture has a much better shot of the sword. This is what I wanted to see, was how the gradient on the blade was doing. I like this. I'll be curious to see what more you're going to do to this before you're finished, because there are one or two spots where it's like, I can see how we might want to do a little bit more, but then there's other spots like this linen here that's just like, oh, that's perfect. That's wonderful. Beautiful work, Sphere. Beautiful. And one more from Sumatha. Thunderhead exclusive preview of Operation Lancaster. Was going to save this for Sunday, but managed to miss that there was going to be a break until the 4th. Oh, yes. So I'll echo Magnatorius Maximus' comment of, this is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. I present to you with permission from Riot Sister, the Fusillade Flak Tank BC2 variant. When you need more than when you need more than just more DACA, you need all the DACA. Again, Plog doing his thing. Can't wait to see it with full livery. You can practically hear that often reused rotary cannon sound on repeat used in Gundam just looking at this. God, I know exactly the sound you're talking about. Now it's in my head. I can't imitate it, but I know it. It's every single time the Vulcans fire in the head. Every single time. And it's really any time any rapid fire weapon goes off, they use that same sound effect. They might drop the pitch a little bit for the larger weapons, but it's the same effect. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. I love all the ejected brass. That's fucking cool, man. Big, brutal son of a bitch. I feel like it should almost have, like, no, actually, never mind. It has, like, a nice heated steam effect coming off of it, too. Yeah, I can't wait to see this painted. I cannot wait to see this with a full livery painted up. Gorgeous. And a really cool model on top of this. Like, not only is this an amazing piece of art, but this is a figure that you can go buy at Metalcore Collectibles. Fantastic. Looks like crazy eyeballs. Whoa, it's shooting googly eyes. What the fuck, Riot Sister? Why do you, like, okay, you saw that, and now you can't unsee it, and you had to go and poison all of our minds with it? Oh, that was sick. That was just cruel. I'm glad to hear that, Helpful Mosquito. Fuck yeah, man. Get it done. That will bring us, though, to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, as you might have guessed, to the end of the stream. The button's gonna work this time. I'm gonna say it. I don't give a shit. The button's gonna work this time. It's not gonna turn my camera off. Don't worry, she'll hold together. Hear me, baby? Hold together. Fuck yes! Fuck yes! That rules! I set up a button, and it worked. Oh, God. Alright, let's find out who we're rating, guys. There's got to be somebody on doing something fun. Let's have a look real quick. By the way, I just want to say, I almost always raid from the end of these streams. I don't just end them. And I know that a lot of people are just on to watch the stream and then they got to go do something else, or you've got your own streamers that you want to go watch. I just want to extend my thanks really quick to everybody who does stick around for the raids. It means a whole lot because there's an interesting sort of there's a social dynamic to raiding on Twitch that might be lost on a lot of people who don't actually stream. I try not to just raid you someplace that has content you're not going to be interested in. Every time that I do a raid, I try to choose someone that I would really like to kind of introduce you to as a viewer. And it means a lot to me if you don't stick around for the whole stream. If you gotta go, you gotta go. But if you just stick around for a minute, just to check it out and see if you like the content. And if you don't, move on. But I appreciate everybody who does stick around for the streams, because it's a great way to draw attention to newer artists. You'll notice I almost never raid you into like big art streams. I try to find people who are like just getting started or who need a leg up, like really, really good painters who haven't really been noticed yet. So let's see who we got. Heresy Killer is doing a little bit of art. Valendar the Red is sculpting a hero for 3D printing. Shorty Paint Studios is going Crocodile. Piece of Energy. Peachy Prim working on some emotes. Wapelius is painting. I say that and it's like nobody small is painting right now. There's big people doing big stuff. I'll tell you what we're going to do, though, is I'm going to go ahead and fire a raid off to... I'm going to immediately violate what I said I was going to do. And, oh yeah, Crocodile's on. Crocodile's a great guy. Let's raid him. It's either going to be that or Wapelius. But if I'll be honest with you. Can I level with you real quick? If I raid Wapelius, it's entirely ego-driven. So let's not do that. let's go ahead and raid over to Crocodile. He is a fantastic dude. One of the most friendly, helpful, and open streamers on Twitch. If you have any questions about anything that he's doing, he will stop what he's doing and he will explain it to you. He's a great painter. Really, really nice guy. He doesn't get to paint. He doesn't get to actually stream all that often. He's been having a lot of work lately. So when I do see him on, I always try to stop in and send some people his way. Oh my God, you guys, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here. You always make this such an incredibly pleasant experience for me. I really don't have the words. I don't have the words to express my appreciation for this community. You guys are absolutely the fucking best. I am one of the luckiest streamers on Twitch. I am one of the luckiest artists with a fucking Discord. I'm a lucky guy, and you all are the manifestation of that luck. So thank you all. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for sharing this time with me. Thank you for sharing your art with me. A huge thank you, as always, to my incredible mod team who makes all of this possible, and thank you to everyone who posted in the Storm Report. We are taking a break for the next week. We're going to be gone from the 1st, or rather from the 27th through the 1st, and then we will be having a stream on July 4th, our glorious return. We're going to take a look at your after work, and we're going to get into some heavy gear blitz. So I'm going to go get something to eat and send y'all off to Crocodile, make a little bit of noise, say hi, make him feel the love. Until next time, keep on painting.